Alright everyone, welcome to another RTK Clan Advanced Tournament Conquest Mode Weekly 20. And today we are taking part in the 20 as a green skin. So yeah, it's gonna be some fun action, a little bit of fun and at the start of the summer, man, it's getting hot here. And with the PC generating heat, I am having a nice sauna in my room. But yeah, it's all good. We are gonna ramp up the temperature even more with the heat of battle. Now we're going with green skin, so you know what? I'm just gonna go and play with more orc bagons this week. But we're dealing with Kislev, so chances are they're gonna have a bunch of infantry, and yeah, we'll just take the infantry. Ooh, actually, yeah, I think these are the correct tools that I need, and for the Lord choices. Now I do need to figure out how to fill my roster. We don't exactly have a lot of space here. We're running low on funds, so I guess we can cut one of the rock lobber and bring another of these orc boar bigons, and then just spam a bunch of goblins in the front line so that our second line of orc bigons can have an easier time getting into the fight and all. 2, 3. And we're out of money. Yeah, I guess we can go with that. Yeah. Let's see what happens here. Just trying to use sheer numbers to deal with the enemy formation. Not that it's gonna be anything good. But yeah, I'm just memeing a bit with the mass. You know what, we can cut that. And then down to 2 rock lobbers, and then we can, now with all the funds that we saved up, we can bring in orc boys. Alright, cool. We just need a couple orc boy bagons to guard the back line and try to swarm our opponents with just the sheer numbers of troops. Yeah, that's gonna be what we're. Yeah, that's basically what we'll be doing today. Just memeing a bit. You know, let's just turn off the get back here and just get a couple more of these spider riders. And yeah, it's just a wall of boys. Some of them are big and some of them are just regular boys, and we shall see what happens here. Again, it's just, we're just memeing a bit here, and hope for the best. Alright, we are in Conquest Mode. Right. This is definitely not a meta build, I don't think. A wall of meat. And hopefully we can just overwhelm the Kislevite formations with sheer numbers. Don't know if this is definitely gonna work, because Kislevite with their armored Kossals, they can hold the line and just shower my boys with a ton of bullets, which isn't great. Oh, by the way, yeah, we're taking part in the 20 for sure, but at the same time, we will be casting replays after we're done with the live gameplay, and after we have some, yeah, extra replay files here and there. I think at the same time we also have other tournament events going on with different categories. We have the domination mode, which happens which starts an hour earlier than the conquest mode, which what we're playing with right now. But there's the newer player tournament, which is hosted by Human Boy casted by Human Boy yes. All these 20s today are hosted by none other than Big JP and the RTK clan. So yeah, we do have quite a few tournaments going on right at the same time. Or wait, yeah. Human Boy's stream starts slightly later, but yeah, right now we're just getting some action, advanced player action going on ourselves. Let me just lay out my formation. Oh, actually, let me just check. Let me know if there's any audio issues or video issues or anything, because I don't actually no, not being a viewer of my own. Yeah. Oh, actually, I should give myself a little bit of self-promotion over different servers and shit. Alright, there we go. Now let's get started today. I am worried about something, say like a Vanguard deployment right behind me. Because I have nothing to counteract them. If there's like a full Vanguard, then I'm kind of screwed. I should have just went for a full Vanguard for the lols. Damn it! Missed opportunity. I did not know this map good enough to come up with a game plan like that. I was just thinking of the default game plan, which is like a balanced formation and all that, but then this map could have had some really fun Vanguard action. I should have done that. Either ways, a lot of big guns. They are like our main defensive force to protect the artillery. Here we go. And yeah. They can also act as like a decent melee force as well. The only problem is that they are specialized towards anti-large. So trading into infantry units with armor, it's not the best for them, but also they still won't do poorly at least. Alright, just get some these guys here. Yep, we're done. Alright, ready man, our opponent. Good luck, have fun to my opponent, and let's get started. Okay. They are not setting up an artillery. Oh, alright, let's just get those Spider Riders pushing, and then maybe we can oh, nice rock throws, I guess. Accidentally land a couple shots onto the horse archers. That works for me. Oh, these are Tsar guards. Okay, these are some nasty horses. Oh, that's a lot of archer fire. Okay. I mean, that is indeed Kislev fight though, so kind of should expect that. Oh. Alright, let's just push them. Alright, start running. Alright, let's just move over there, start throwing rocks. Actually, you know what, maybe chuck a rock over there. Oh, Death Frost already coming? Come on, man. Alright, since we're getting Death Frost anyways, might as well just throw stuff forward. Start charging. Don't care about them. Actually, you know what? We can just move some of these guys up forward as well. Let's get on. Alright, we might want to pull these ones over there. Just keep throwing rocks, I guess. Oh, some of our front line got broken. That was not great. Yeah, everyone just go wow. Start running. Alright. This is it. keep pushing them back. We have we can send some of our cavalry over to places as well. That's quite a fun one, I guess. As well. Oh wow. Okay. Why are you still there? Get out of there. Alright, he's dead. We mismicroed our lot a bit. I forgot about Death Frost. I probably should have went Grom the Punch. That would probably make a bit more sense, actually. Alright, pull back a bit. Just keep chugging rocks, I guess. He's still not dead, which is kind of surprising to me. Alright, you pull back. Can you get some point blank shots, maybe?
Here we go. Let's do this. Crush them.
Alright, our boys are doing something. Not great though. And she is routed. We might need something to maybe bail her out.
Moving fast. Moving fast.
Man, they're just running all over the place. Alright, most archers have been caught for now. Alright,
where's the spread? God's will. Special. 15.
Can we get another wah? Alright, let's just keep lobbing rocks, I guess. Alright, we're probably gonna get that frosted to death with this one. Oh, never mind. And a wah in there as well. He's probably gonna die, so it doesn't really matter. Let's just lock her in and get everything. Additional anti-lock, everything starts killing. You go and slap her a bit as well. And I think add a slow on the top, just to make sure she doesn't go anywhere. Keep lobbing rocks, please. I still don't have any use for the fake. Oh, good luck. That's not great. Our artillery just went down as well. Our lot died. Okay, this is bad. Everything is collapsing on our end, which is not great. Our artillery is gone. Our heroes running. It's kind of close, but at the same time, I mismicro a bunch of my stuff earlier, so now, yeah, I have a lot less resources to play with in the late game scenario. Can we at least maybe get some of the artillery back? Oh, the dervishes are still duking it out. Holy shit. Why are you still fighting? Stop fighting! Alright, we still have some boys at the back. Can we at least screen off some of these dervishes and maybe stop them from chasing after our Fort Biggins? Nope, that ain't happening. Alright, my flirt! Run! Time to run! Alright, get them over there. Our boys will have to maybe try and hold it up. Alright, you know what? Just drop it on there. Watchman of the Night can eat that. Artillery went down. Not great. Alright, let's just go in, might as well. Go all in on that one. And hopefully maybe slap her down. Ignore everything at the back there. And try to slap down the enemy lord. Spirit Leech! Come on! You can do this! 400. Oh, I might need another Spirit Leech to kill her. A few more seconds. Alright, let's just kill that properly. One more hit. Yeah! Alright, that worked. Alright, I'll just keep chasing them. We're getting shot, but yeah, whatever. Our lord is, our hero is healing. Both sides have their lords dead and stuff, so whatever. We have some stuff rallied, and our opponent forgot about. Oh, they forgot about one whole Zarga unit. Oh, that's key. Black Orcs are surprisingly good in this matchup, but I want to use big guns though. Yeah, I'm just memeing a bit with the big guns. Don't worry about it. It's partly the memes. Alright, let's just get a rear charge on these guys and hopefully get rid of them, maybe. Alright, our boys got those dealt with. Maybe straight leaf these guys and try to drain them down in the last bit. Oh no! No! Please don't army losses right now, come on! Our artillery is completely gone, which is not great. Get them here. And cavalry, rush over. Oh, we need to deal with that actually. We have some orc boys over there. Wait, I don't know how to deal with that one unit of Zargot who has been forgotten on the far side there. But yeah. I guess we have to just deal with everything else on the side and maybe alright, yeah, let's just charge that. You know what?
Moving fast. Shifting.
Yeah, let's just deal with all those skirmishers and stuff first, and then we can deal with that one unit of Zarga at the back. Like fuck, man, I don't know how to deal with that whole unit of yeah, Zargard. Okay, they only have horse archers left and some Darguards, which is gonna take forever to get over anywhere. I don't really care about the horse archers. I don't think I might want to get rid of those actually. I don't really care about the horse archers. I'm very worried about Zargot and also the capture point. Almost on 500 tickets, and we need to delay. We need to at least get that back. The white line is so fucking far away. Oh, you know what? I need them back here. So let's just get those units in and start capturing. How much speed? 60%. Yeah, I think we can try and get rid of that actually. Alright, slow them down a bit. And we have 10 more seconds. We probably can catch up with that. Yeah, they're not running away. I mean, if they kept running away, maybe they could have bought themselves a couple of seconds more time, maybe. Archer's a wreck. That is a bit annoying. These guys are still duking it out. Oh, actually, there are 2 units of Forgotten Zargard. Oh god, what? Why? Oh, I need a Fate of Buna. I don't have enough magic for it, though. I think we can squeeze up some more reserves and drop 1 Fate of Buna in. Alright, cool. Alright, they don't have any more mobility. So we captured the point. We have the high ground, kind of. We have some troops remaining on the field. These are some random. Oh, we have some boys left. Let's just bring them back as well. Okay, I need a Fate of Buna. Yeah, I really need one of those. Alright, you guys can just sit there for a bit and recover your vigor.
Run, boys! Shifting! Big guns!
Alright, get a side charge in. We get a frontal charge in. Let's disrupt everything and break them down. And get a rear charge as well. And start deleting that unit. We still have another unit at the back though. Hello, Duro. How are you doing? This is a close fight. Holy shit. This is way too close for my liking. And now the Dark Arts are unbreakable for now. Great. Yeah. As usual, you know, the borrow blood thing. You refuse to go down. And let's just get some more units charging around. Alright, One Zargard down. Need to deal with the other one. Let's get some rear charge attack. If my artillery is still around, that would have been really nice. God damn it. Alright, keep them pinned. Four boys. Go and chase that. Oh no, this might be a freaking rear charge. Oh no! They're breaking my rear. The Zargards are so elite, man. And my unit broke, and the Zargards are coming in. I don't have anything to capture the point, but maybe my boys will come back. That rear charge from those damn dervishes came back. Okay, these units are not useful. I need these boys to come back, man. I don't have enough magic for another spell. Oh no, all the Kislevite units! Damn, Kislevite! They're just too tough. They refuse to go down. I'm ahead of Balance of Power, but everything is just routing. The Kislevite leadership. Alright. Oh, that's it. That's it. Oh man, so close. That was so close. Played. Well played. GG to a Contrarian Codex. That was a very close game near Saturday. Actually, RTK. Alright. GS versus KS. KIS, actually. Hold on. Let me just change up. That was a very close battle there. Let's see. KS versus KIS. Down to the wire. Like, literally the last handful of units are extremely tattered. If I actually Spirit Leech those dervishes, maybe my front line could have held on a little longer. Because of the rear charge, a lot of units broke and they just never had the time to come back as it was the very, very late stage of the game. Very well played to my opponent there. Yeah, made a few quite key mistakes on my end, and my greenskin units have definitely paid the price for it. But Jarvan Trohak almost carried this game back on her back. Just the problem is that the rest of the army didn't quite manage to earn back their own worth, especially not for the artillery, actually. Because of the hill in the middle, I didn't have a good line of sight to a lot of the targets. Yeah, I would just blame the terrain, not blame my lack of micro skills, for sure. Damn leadership OP, yeah, the problem with Kislevites, fighting Kislevites, is definitely their stubbornness. They're almost as unbreakable as the dwarves, even, because of their power blood effect. Very well played to my opponent there. We are moving into the next round, I believe. Yeah, we have 4 rounds, and then... Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, 4 rounds, and then we have, live top 4 finalist single elimination 20. So, yeah. I think we're just waiting for Jupiter, who is organizing, who is dealing with all the admin stuff for the Tony to yep, okay, to get the challenge information confirmed, and then we're moving on to the next round, which we are fighting Rusto, who is a very good player, huh? Right, gotta go and find my opponent right now. Hold on a second. But yeah, as Captain Till, as you suggested, I'll try using Black Orcs next time. Actually, Black Orcs makes a lot of sense because the pistols and arrows are not armor piercing and they can hold up okay into the enemy cavalry as well. But they're so expensive, so I'll have to field a much more narrow army. That's the only problem. Alright, let's see. Let me just set up a lobby while we wait for our opponent then. The map will be Lost Crater, so that is gonna be, well, a crater, with a little bit of an edge of circle of an edge around. And that kind of makes artillery a bit awkward, because of that edge that can block the line of sight and block the trajectory of missiles. But then again, we're fighting a high elf, so, yeah, it's not, I don't think it's a big problem here. But yeah, actually this time let us bring in some Black Orcs. Should I bring the Shield Orcs? That would be interesting. Huh. Yeah, let's just bring the Shield Orcs. Cause why the fuck not? Yeah. We will have to deal with a bunch of heavy cavalry though, so that is a problem. Or for Biggins, that's our best bet with that. We go with a little bit of a wah in the front line, and hopefully the green skins Black Orcs can just hold the line long enough, or grind down the enemy eventually. Not bringing Mangler Swigs, not feeling like them. Alright, let's just bring Warzak, cause whatever, man. Squiggly Beast, this, and then Brain Bursta, Gaze of Mork, Effigy of the Git, the Mumbo Jumbo Chant. This might be interesting. Let's just try that. And then get a bit of a... I know I just have a ton of cavalry, really. I mean, we don't need that many Orc War Biggins, since we already have so many Orc War Boys. Yeah, we're trying to get an advantage in terms of the mobility fight and see what happens there. I feel like this is not a balanced army, but whatever. We have the Black Orcs, so the Shield Black Orcs too, so whatever. We have a very narrow army. Huh. We can bring one Rogue Idol. Let's just bring a giant construct and see what happens there. No, we don't need that many light infantry. We have a very narrow infantry front line and just everything else into mobility and monster. Monster, not stirs, as we only have like one single monster there. Yeah. Just hopefully the Black Orcs can hold the line while the mobility will try to overwhelm my opponent on the field. I have no Heroes Lords or anything like that. Power of the Wa to get some power recharge. Actually, yeah, let's just get another Goblin in the front line. Since we also have the money, might as well just bring in this, and then we're out of funds. We don't have anything else we really need to do. Yeah, I think. No, we need Get Back Here. Get Back Here would be useful, and then one. Oh, wait, hold on. Wrong unit. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, cool. Let's go. Meme time. Alrighty, meme army time. Alright, meme army time. Black orc with shields and axes, and then everything else is kind of meta. Alright, thanks for a like. War Demon C? Yeah. Appreciate it. But yeah, just trying to get some community battles going with the little stream here. Well, thanks for Big JP for inviting me to cast these 20s. They're incredibly fun on the weekend time, and unfortunately I have been very busy the last few weekends, so I wasn't quite able to cast anything. But yeah, this week we got some time, so yeah. Alright, just waiting for our opponent to get sorted, and then we should be good to go. Alright, just it seems our opponent is taking their time to decide on the units. We are ready for it now, so yeah. I'm just gonna quickly download some of the replays we have. Hard to make a meme army with high elves units so expensive. Oh no! My opponent is going full meme. Maybe I should just... Oh, you know what? I'll just bring more Black Orcs. Wait, can I bring 4? Hold on. I might need for actually. Like, sometimes I don't know, like, the exact number of units allowed for certain builds. Give me a second. Greenskins. I can bring 4. Yes, I can bring 4 Black Orcs with shields. I don't know if it's meme, though. I'll bring some chariots, though. There is not a whole lot of meme units on the Greenskins roster, I don't think. Because a lot of them have certain uses. Like, they're not all, oh, well, these are definitely meme units then. Snotling pump wagons. Alright, and a wall of metal. Black Orcs with shields, and try to grind down the staunch line of spear kind of thing. Yeah. Alright, let's just bring in the pump wagons. A lot of the units aren't meme, but we do have some meme stuff off meta stuff, I guess. I don't think a lot of, yeah, most people don't really bring the black orcs with shields. So I don't know if you classify that as a meme unit. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. And very obviously we are bringing in just a ton of mobility, trying to crush the enemy on one flank, including with the use of the mighty pump wagons. That is exactly what we're gonna do. Everything on the one flank and try to overwhelm the other side. What else can we do here? Yeah, or like just run with the pack. Not like pump wagons, let's go. At least they're expandable. Alright, ready when they are. Okay, my opponent's trying to bring a meme army. I don't know what they're bringing. And we'll just see what happens. Oh, Black Orcs with shields are good though? Okay, at least I have the pump wagons in here. Okay, well, to be fair, it's against high elf, so Black Orc shields should be, yeah, it theoretically should be decent. I just never see people use them. But yeah, pump wagon time. We're throwing these suicidal wasteland riders into the enemy line. Oh, okay, we're getting showered with archer fire. I don't think. Oh, they have war lions. Okay. Ow, that hurts. I should have hit him behind them. Slope. Well, this I wouldn't say this is an entirely meme army either. So yeah, I think we are on equal footing on meminess, I guess. Well, but they do have a Livenar. That is a meme lord for sure. Yeah. And I forgot to put Wurzag on the fucking on the pig. Ah, mistakes were made. All right. I guess we're gonna have to. Ooh! Ah! Ah! The archer fire! Ow! 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 And a Wurzag on foot. Let's go. Alright, everything just move out to there. And you guys can just stay here and capture the point. We're just gonna send the Black Orc Big Boss up. Just blast them with the Gaze of Worker for a bit there. Doesn't really do much, honestly.
Bring us to battle. Moving fast. Gonna kill him.
Alright, start marching, everyone. Oh, that's a lot of archer fire, and my stuff are not feeling good right now.
Here we go.
Alright, everything, start charging. Wee! Alright, charge behind me. Actually, start sending stuff in from behind. You don't use that. Just use that. Disruption's fine. Let's just pile in. And then everything dies on my end. That's not great. Yeah, send stuff in.
Let's have some.
Alright, pull back these guys, and you can send stuff in as well. Yeah, you know what? Alright, pull back. Everyone, WA time. It's WA time. Time to go. WA. Alright, let's charge rear. Attack. Why are you already routing? Damn. You guys are bad at fighting. Alright, we are going in with a lot of pigs. Oh, we're getting shot today by something. Right. Go back. Time to oh, a spirit leech from the guy there. Oh yeah. Well, we're on a timer then, so why the hell not use everything we have to try and turn this around, I guess. Oh, we have another one? That was fast. Oh, but our units are running out of steam. All the melee rushes has been won down over time. That was not great. All the mobility are just being worn down. Ah. I kind of botched my mobility rush in this case. Let's get some units in there. At least deal with those war lions so that we can send the actual mobility into the back line while we're at it.
Get away! This is it. For more.
Start charging. Can you stop getting stuck on things? Please?
Let's get up. This is it.
Alright, the war lions are I mean, the war lions are doing their job stopping my rush and all, so not great. Alright, these wagons are pump wagons are doing their thing.
The war is here.
Alright, the Wa is on. I don't think I can get a third Wa, honestly. And no, Melhoffs? Damn it. Alright, let's just maybe get rid of those archers while we're at it. Damn, these keepers of the flame are just holding on forever. These guys are tough, man. Alright, just keep blasting them, I guess. Alright, just keep disrupting them with explosives and start running away from Lebanon and his bro. Make sure they don't come back, but our front line is not holding up well. That is not great. Can we drop an explosion there? Alright, we got some nice damage in. That was good. Oh, and yeah. Warzag is getting chopped. Alright, we have a lot of forces who came back, and we need to get them into a fight. Alright, explode them. Alright, yep. Warzag is probably gonna die soon, so I think that is GG for us. Yeah. Need more Black Orcs, obviously. That is what I should have done. Black Orcs are carrying, kind of. And also I misused the cavalry, kind of, which is not great. Yeah, well, we're getting tickets. Now the question is, can we hold on long enough for the tickets to win? I don't think so, though. Everything is falling apart. The Keepers of the Flame are still holding on strong, and I've got nothing to kill them or hold them back. And Warzag is running away. Oh, yep, I think that is gonna be GG's. Army losses is coming. I can see it. They're coming in from the left. Oh, Alephano, he's gonna take out the Warzag. I've got nothing to stop him from doing it. Yeah, the Black Orcs was just not killing enough. Without that armor-piercing great weapons. They're good against the staunch line of spears and all. It's just, yeah. GG to our opponent there. As the Black Orcs were holding the line, just not pushing through. They don't have the punch to break through the Keepers of the Flame. I managed to get through some of the... I thought I'm gonna get through some of the spears, but yeah, seems like the Loven Seeker definitely held their own at the back line there, stopping and grinding down my swarm of just pig boys. And there is no like large armored targets for my Orc Barbarians to fight. And yeah. Oh, hold on. Just need to reply to my opponent. All those black orcs, let me just check the value on these guys. Yeah, the value-wise wasn't great. They killed a lot of like spears, but they were just not killy enough. Like the High Elf spears with martial prowess has like 50 plus melee defense, and the Black Orcs, they only have like 40 melee attack, somewhere around that. They were not able to break through the spears effectively. I mean, they grinded through the spears over time, but up against the Keepers of the Flame, they got chopped up regardless. And very nicely done with Lawmaster of Hoev as well, using the Melkoffs to drain them down over time. Yeah, GG to my opponent there. And yeah, I probably just need more Black Orcs. Maybe I need like maybe I even need the Great Weapons one actually. Very nice. Yeah. Let me just check. Yeah. Oh, they only have 34 melee attack. Okay, yeah, that's not enough, even with the melee buffs from Wurzak. Yeah. Let's see, the Squiggly Beast, no. Boneless Staff. Plus 12 attack, that is what, 46 melee attack, but the High Elf Spears only have, comes with 38 melee defense plus 1250 melee defense by default with martial prowess. Alright, very well played to my opponent there with the staunch line of spears. I'm gonna just quickly report the scores and then let's see if we are moving into the next round yet, or if the games are still going on. Yep, there's still some ongoing games, so I'm just gonna quickly cast a game in between. Hold on a second there. We also have some replays coming in already. But a different round. So yeah, I think we can start casting some replay while we wait for the next round to begin. Okay, let's see. Today's 4 teams. This is the one. Oh, Beastmen versus Lizardmen. Ooh, are we seeing? Oh wait, no. This is. Oh. It's a Nakai blob. Nakai blob with a Rev Crystal heal, and there's a caster. There's the Beast caster next to him. That's gonna be interesting because there's also a Dread Saurian. I would love to see the Star Chamber Guardians as like an elite melee for bodyguard force for Nakai, but yeah, let's see what happens here. For the army build here, Courier with the Lizardman army going with a bunch of Skink Skirmishers in front and then backed up by some Red Crested and Skink Cohort. Just going very cheap on the infantry department because all the funds went into the monsters and a bit into the cavalry as well. Double Koan Spear Riders, and then we have the Strider of Lustria, Regiment of Renown, Dread Saurian, with Nakai the Wanderer leading the army with Primal Roar and Miasma of Despair. Does he have Golden Tribute? Yeah, the Golden Tribute, which provides Vigor Refresh, keeping everything around him with fresh vigor, or at least reduce their battle fatigue. Other than that, Skink Priest of Beast coming with Flock of Doom, and Flock of Doom only just preparing to drain down a bunch of Beastmen on the other side, for the Beastman army of... let me check. Of Jeopardor, it's a front line of Angor Spears and regular Gorehurts, actually. Slightly better than Angors, and also with anti-infantry bonus. At the back there, mobility, a ton, a Beastman signature for sure. Senegors with throwing axes, one of them, the Grukhooves of Wolf's Run, and then a bunch of regular Senegors. Light and cost-efficient mobility, very good at just running down things like the skirmishers of the Skinks. There's also the Butchers of Kalkengod, and leading the army is Malagor the Dark Omen with Flock of Doom and Enfeebling Foe to reduce enemy melee stats. More throwing axes, Senegors on this side, and some regular Senegors as well. Now, the Beastmen are known for their fast and aggressive play style, quickly approaching the enemy formations and threatening to beat down the Lizardmen infantry. But the problem is that there's not a lot of infantry on the Lizardmen side, and a lot of the power goes to the Shredder of Lustria and Nakai, who are already ravaging these poor Gorehurts with those impactful charges, especially with the collision of the Shredder of Lustria, and then on top of that, the Dread Aversion. With -8 leadership and terror, these Gorehurts are immediately annihilated. But here comes the throwing axes, which things, yeah, the Dreadsaurian is a lot worse at dealing with. But then this is where the Flock of Dooms, the Skink Skirmishers, and the Coin Spear Riders come into play, trying to push back the enemy skirmishing forces. It really comes down to whether the Beastmen can keep these Senegors with throwing axes alive, or would they lose them and allow the Dreadsaurian to charge across the battlefield unpunished, unperturbed. On the other side there, Nakai the Wonder has rampaged himself into the closest combatant, turning on his rampage of Primal Roar, adding that physical resistance and melee attack, plus 40 melee attack. That's a lot. And doing a lot more, helping these Skinks do a lot more damage, but I don't think doing damage is a problem here. It's keeping these Skink Skirmishers alive at the back, which is the main concern for Lizardmen right now. Flock of Dooms onto the enemy Senegors and anything that the Beastmen is trying piling on in here, as they are losing a lot of Skink Skirmishers, which is their best tool to fend off, screen off the enemy Senegors with throwing axes. While at the same time, Jeopardor very wisely keeping a lot of his throwing axes back at reserve, while the Skink Skirmishers were not able to stand in front of the almost suicidal charges of these Beastmen Senegors, knowing that as long as they can take out the Skink Skirmishers, they can keep those Senegors with throwing axes in relative safety and kite down everything on the Lizardmen side. Flock of Doom onto more Skinks, and not a lot of good targets for the spell anyway, so might as well just drop it on the most valuable target, and that is the Skink Skirmishers, making sure they won't be holding on in the fight for much longer, as the Angor Spears and Senegors were able to just swarm them and break them off. Nakai was also fighting alone against a bunch of Butchers of Kalkengod who has followed up and reinforcing this part of the Beastman army, and Nakai has since taken some damage since we last saw him. Now the Dreadsaurian is here to reinforce, but things are not looking great for the Lizardmen, as most of their army has dealt with, has fallen apart due to the mobility advantage of the Beastmen there. A lot of their army is just kind of picked apart by the Senegors rear charging and swarming different isolated sections of the Lizardmen army, and now it is down to just the Shredder and Nakai. Oh, and I guess, where's the Ref Crystal? Did the Ref Crystal go down? I don't see it. Oh no, the Ref Crystal went down as well, being chucked down by throwing axes. Now it is just it's just execution of the Shredder at this point. There's not much to see here. Yep. Over time, the Shredder of Lustria will just take a ton of damage because of the throwing axes, and there's still a lot of ammo left on these guys. While the Ref Crystal is not coming back to heal up the Shredder. And that shall be victory for the Beastmen, as they managed to quickly annihilate those poor Skink Skirmishers, and then secured a very safe firing position, firing arc around the Shredder of Lustria. A firing perimeter? But yeah, anyways, they were just able to sit back and chuck all the AP missile into the Shredder and pick it off. Yeah, very nicely done by the Beastmen mobility here by Jeopardors. While Lizardmen going with a very single entity centric build, and this it's quite risky against beastmen because they do have some pretty good missile options, especially the armor piercing kiting missiles of the throwing axis tentacles. All right, that is it for this one. I think we are in round 3 now. Yep. And we're going up against the lizard men. Let's see what happens here, as I'm gonna go and fight Curio now. Oh, I was a bit late to the fight. Looks like, hold on. Okay. Curio going for Lizardman, and let's see what we're going for with our greenskins build. We can try Black Orcs, we can try basic Black Orcs, 3 of them, and see what happens. And oh, actually no, the last time I enjoyed playing Lizardman, it was a lot of enjoyed playing as greenskins against Lizardman. It was a lot of Daka, and by a lot I mean a lot of Daka. Yeah, we can bring a couple Black Orcs, so we can probably afford that. Just a few, not just a few actually, quite a few Orc Boy Biggins. Maybe a Swamp Thing, and then we're out of money. So we might. Let's just bring. Actually, we'll take a Night Goblin War Boss. Squig, and then Fermented Fungi and Tormentus. So I kind of just need these 2. And we're out of money. Damn it. Yeah, we'll have to cut off some of the units. Yeah, we'll need a lot more numbers just to delay the enemy push. So, yeah. Get a caster. Power Stone, Spear Leech, and Fate of Buna. Myflo. No, I'll keep Fate of Buna in case I need to delete some. But can we afford at least 1 Black Orcs? We kind of can. But we'll run out of troops to deal with Koan Riders. Yeah, we'll just go Daka. And, we'll bring 1 Black Orcs. And then we're out of money, man. Like, these things are expensive. Maybe we don't need Spite of the Bad Moon. We're not really relying on in melee to fight. We can't afford a 2nd unit of Black Orcs, really stretching the funds here. Alright, let's go. It's been a while since I played with Black Orcs, so let's see what happens. And also, it's been a while since I played with a Daka line. Alright, yeah, yeah, Curio, I don't know if you're listening to the stream, sorry about being late whilst casting the replay earlier. But yeah, anyways, we are good to go. Bringing in, oh, maybe I should have went for a Doom Diver Catapult. That would have been a funny way to try and snipe dinosaurs and stuff. Alright, well, too late now. We're just gonna bring these. Ooh, I probably should have went. I probably should have went with Soul Blight to stack up with the Armor Sundering here. Too late now. Alright. I would be very sad if there's a Chameleon Stalker on the field. that jumps my back line. But we shall see what happens. Yeah. We shall see. Because, like, if there's a chameleon stalker jumping my backline here, I'm screwed. I've got nothing to protect them at the back. Would be funny, though. Would be hella funny. Alright, we charge. There is no big dinos, but we're still gonna use a Daka to our advantage. Oh, okay, yeah, Ancient Salamander. That is a bit of a problem. Huh. And that's a lot of that's a lot of Koan cavalry. Okay, these are Koan riders, but there's I only have two units of oof, this is a bit rough. I only have 2 units of boar big guns. And they have Sora Speed. Okay, these goblins are not having a good time with the Ancient Salamander nearby. Alright, yeah, let's just start pushing them. Do they have Ref Crystal around here? I don't see any. So I guess we can start spirit leeching.
Hey, everything! Break them apart! Troopers ready! Troopers out! Let's have
Alright, let's see. Let's just push up some of the stuff over there and shoot those. And let's just retract some of our forces over here. Alright, slap them. We can't really afford to turn on that one right now. You know what? We can probably try and rampage that. Everything starts whying. Alright, let's just keep the Ancient Salamander in the fight. We establish our defensive perimeter on the side. And, alright, probably have to charge that. Not great, but we have to do it. Everything starts to lock down here. We start fighting. Oh, yep, that's not great. We got broken through. Oh, and that's a big flock of doom. Holy shit. Alright, that's dead. Now turn around and shoot that.
Let's go!
Come on, lads! Nine Goblin War Boss!
Alright, slap that skink priest, please. Alright, go and fight that, I guess. Start shooting those guys over there. No, just keep shooting. I don't give a shit anymore. Alright, just slap them, please. Oh god, we're getting swarmed over here. The Black Orcs are not doing well. The Black Orcs are not doing their job. What the fuck? Alright, time to go. Wait, no, the Black Orcs are doing their job. Alright, never mind. I underestimated them. Yeah. Saw them wavering for a bit there, but turns out they're doing alright. Yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. You're fine. You're doing fine. You're doing fine. Alright, everyone, the second WA time. It's WA time again. Just stay in the fight, please. And I think we got this one, I think. You know what, just run away. You guys are forcing the terror on the enemies. That is exactly what you should be doing. And, alright, go ahead and slap that. Alright, Black Orcs are holding on. The Black Orcs are holding just fine. And, yeah. Orc Warrior Brigands are also doing alright. We're holding the line. That is what we want from them anyways. Yeah, let's really try. And I think he goes down. Just need a few more seconds, and then Alright, time to run. Time to run, time to run. Oh, actually, you run! Right? Nope, nope, nope. Nakai, you're not going there. You're not going to fight. You're not hitting my, lord. No. Stay away, Nakai. That is not for you to fight. Yeah. And, let's just get him hyped up into a fight. Because we don't really have, oh, shit. Our backline got ravaged now. Oh, okay, that's not great. Good news is we're kind of winning in other engagements, I guess. Alright, time to run. Get some gobble spears here, and time for spirit leeches onto Nakai. Alright, everything charge into this slob. We need to kill them all. Yeah, our archers are not doing well because I just kind of left them alone and everything died there. Oh man, it would have been so nice if I actually brought the Spite of the Bad Moon. That would have been very helpful. Guess not. Guess that's not happening right now. Alright, everything starts fighting. Black Orcs, chop down the freaking lizards. Thank you. And you know, you guys come over here and help me out. Stop standing there, gobbles. Actually do something. Yep, I think we got this one. I think we got this one. Did that. Spirit Leech Nakai, and then we should be able to get a... We should be able to get a... Oh, we can get that done actually. I'm gonna deal with that. We'll fight that. Right. Lock him down. And start shoot the hell out of him. Alright, you go and catch that. And I think that's army losses. GG! That was still relatively close, I think. Oh, oof. Great game from our opponent though. Interesting army build for sure, seeing Nakai on the field, and the Salamander did some decent work too. But looks like the Black Orcs, they were just great into Lizardmen. I think the general idea is if you have an armor piercing unit that has decent melee stats, they should go okay into Lizardmen. Just because they don't have a lot of things that can delete your artillery unit outside of their slans. Like you see high elves, they are usually advised to bring white lions into lizardmen, and I guess Black Orcs works into lizardmen as well. Yeah. And what else can? Longbeards with great weapons also can do decent into Lizardmen, if I remember correctly. But then again, there can be a bunch of skinks, like skink red crested and stuff to swarm you. So there's that's going to be a problem there. But yeah, seems like the Black Orcs were doing all right. There's not a lot of threats against them right now, and the Daka line did their earned back their value and then some more. The Orc War begins to do a whole lot of damage. They got wrecked in melee. I think that some of them got stuck in the middle of a bunch of Sora Spears for a little too long, or yeah, they were just got stuck fighting Koan Spear Riders as well, and that was not great for them. But the terror from the Swamp Things and also the Black Orcs did some pretty decent carry, and also the Arab Boys as well, doing quite a bit of damage by just showering those Crossagores with their arrows. And also the Armor Sundering comes in handy from the Rusty Airs. Very nicely played by our opponent. And I think we're going into round 4. Well, apparently Contrarian Codex and Phoenix King are still playing, so we'll just have to wait a bit. GG to our opponent there, and can we drop in another replay while we do have some time on the side? Let's see. I don't know. These battles doesn't seem like they're gonna be over very soon. So I don't know if I want to just keep my opponent waiting. Yeah, a lot of the other battles are relatively, definitely longer than the Beastman versus Lizardman battle, so I'm just gonna wait for round 4, I think. Let's see. I don't think we're gonna move into the finals though, because we've already lost 2 battles. Even if we win 2, it's like I think we need 3 wins to definitely secure a place in the finals. All right, so let's just wait and see if Phoenix King and Contrarian Codex can get it done soon. Phoenix King is going with Druchii, so Dark Elves versus Kislevites. Not a lot of kiting and not a lot of grinding on either faction, so yeah, probably gonna be fast. And for those of you who want to see new player 20, there's also Human Boy Yes Yes, who is casting the new player Conquest Mode 20, from RTK Clan, and also organized by RTK Clan, and happening right now with newer players. So there's that. If you want to just see more action while we're having a bit of downtime, yeah, let's see. Or you know what, we can just jump into another replay or whatever. Wait, hold on. Give me a second. I think... Yeah. I wanted to maybe cast another replay right now during the downtime, but at the same time, I'm not entirely... Yeah, I'm not entirely sure whether we have the time for that without needing to keep our opponent waiting. I'm just gonna download more replays while we're at it then. Yeah. Okay, I think the Lizardman versus Tomb King's replay is relatively short compared to the rest of the replay, so we can maybe... Oh wait, no, never mind. Round 3 is done, so we're just waiting for round 4. Oh, round 4 is up as well. We're going up against Japardor, or Beastadors, according to his faction choice today. Alright, cool. We have round 4. Man, I still need to, actually I still need to check the Norscan blog post. Yeah, development update with Norscan info with the... Oh wait, no. Shit. That was a Warhammer 2? Yeah, dev chat on Norscan... Oh wait, no, it's a whole episode of video? Okay, never mind. We can't do it on stream then. Alright, so we are going in and checking out... Alright, we're going into finals. Oh, not finals, but final round of the Swiss 20. And then after this, we're gonna be casting some live battles in the finals as well from the top 4 players of the 20. Man, this room is getting warm with the computer. The heat, damn it. Let's see what else. Beastman versus... Alright, Beastman versus Greenskins. Both can have some pretty strong light cavalry. Not a lot of, yeah, not a lot. not a lot of armor on the other side. Let me think. It's probably gonna be a ton of throwing axes. I think we can go Dakaline again. Gepardos is a good player too, so this is gonna be tricky. Couple of big uns just because I want to bring them. Once again, Night Goblin War Boss, but we do have to be careful of maybe there might be a Spirit Leech caster. So we will have our own Spirit Leech caster and hopefully counteract that with our own spells. Yeah. Fermented Fungi, Tormentor Sword to pin down the enemy units. Make sure they don't run away or they will be taking fights they rather not take. Meister's Live Legion. And then a Dakaline. We don't even need to bring the Night Goblin Archers. Oh, actually, you know what? I think we can bring the Savage Orc Arrow Boys. They have physical resistance and also fight better with Frenzy. So they can probably try to beat down the Senegals in melee if the Senegals charge them or something. But I am a bit worried about... Oh, I'm a bit worried about some possible Witches of Calgon God and Great Weapon Minos. That might be a problem. So we actually might need some... Yeah, we might still need some Orc Big Uns. And then, can we afford the Swamp Things? I would love to have them. Yes, we can afford the Swamp Things. And we still have some money left for the Spears. Yeah, I think that's about it. We don't have a whole lot of money left for anything else. Yeah, we don't have a lot of money left for much else. So, yeah, let's just, Alright, I think that is it. We are bringing a line of boys and Daka, and let's see what happens here. Good luck to my opponent there. Oh, Phoenix King, they're done? Alright, yeah, you guys are done. Cool. Alright, looks like we're ready. And we have a whole line of Daka. The only problem is I don't know if I can keep up with my opponent's micro. I feel like a very common tactic for Beastmen is because their army is so light and so fast, they would constantly be shifting their army towards like one side of the battlefield, and then they have a whole army concentrated on one flank and just crush you with it. And then they just kind of snowball the advantage across your entire formation, and yeah, it's a bit tricky. I always feel like it's a bit tricky to deal with those. But yeah, let's see what happens here. With our line of boys. Some big, some small. All of them very much down for a while. And yeah, that's gonna be our character core in the center. Ready, and let's see what happens. Good luck, have fun. Ready when you are, good luck, have fun.
What you want?
Oh, hold on. Did I just mess up with formation a bit? Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go. A lot of Daka, once again, going with a Daka line.
Night Goblin War Boss!
And see what happens. Ah, okay. Looks like our opponent is ready as well. We can start then. It's probably gonna be a lot of Senegors. With some with great weapons, maybe? I don't think they'll bring Zanagors because it's gonna be... Oh, chariots! Now that's something I did not expect. Oh, I feel like I've seen more chariots lately. Interesting. Anyways, let's see what happens here. Actually, you know what? You can stop running forward and start shooting. Actually.
Smash up! Let's go! Smash up! Bring it on!
Come on, lads!
Arrow boys!
Come on, Dad!
Finish me!
Spider Riders!
It's a fight!
We don't want!
Actually, you can turn around and maybe fight that. Oh no! Alright, Swamp Things, you need to go up there and maybe counter that, please. Alright, everything locked down. Start shooting that. Frontline spot. So I need you guys to go out and block the guy. You guys run back! You need you guys to go and plug that gap. Run back there, start running that, start running away, and Alright, if we can crush the front line there, maybe we can have a better chance of, well, everything. Going up into anything? Alright, wall time! It's wall time, turn that on, and slow them down so they can't run away. Making sure they're fucked. I want them thoroughly fucked. Alright, excuse my language, I guess.
Yes, boss. Let's get him.
Alright, just go in melee, whatever. I don't want the Butchers of Kalgengard to be anywhere else in the battle today. I know they're winning, but yeah. I don't want them to come back at all. Yeah. Alright, start shooting into the back over there.
My God! Tower of River!
We might actually have to send some of the troops over there. Just cause, you know what? You guys stay in the fight. We're just gonna send in some melee troops over as well. And, well, if Malagor is in the fight there, don't mind if I do. What the fuck? He just decided to go back up in the sky. That's so annoying. Alright. Orbo Rebellions, come back. I need your help. God damn it. I locked you down. Tormentor Sword. But yeah, he just went back to his guys. Whatever. Whatever, man. Whatever. I probably should have used the Fermented Fungi on him instead. Then. Okay. Vegans are doing their work. Which is good, but also everything else is very busy everywhere else. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Leech onto him. Alright, whatever. Well, just to fight everything in melee, I guess. Orbo big guns, come in. I need your help. I need you right here, right now. Do I have anything that came back? Yeah, they're there, I guess.
Where's the scrap? Let's fight.
Okay, this is where I kind of regret not bringing... Again, not bringing... Alright, actually, everything can just rush over here. This is where I'm kind of regretting not bringing the Spite of the Bat Moon. That would be helpful. Oh man, this Flock of Dooms, damn it. Alright, let's see if we can lock him in the fight and kill Malagor. And stop those damn Flock of Dooms.
Kill him!
Oh man. Oh, shit. He's constantly getting away. Alright, you know what? Just stay in the fight, for fuck's sake.
Pressure!
Oh my lord, I don't want you to come and go anywhere else. I need you to. Shit, I should have brought the Spite of the Baboon and get back here. Everything is routing because of the lack of leadership. God damn it. Oh, actually, Commander Sword time. Time for this. I know, everything's getting chased off by the greenskins as well. That's not great. By the mobility as well. And Butchers of Kelgengard, they came back. Damn it. Now I'm down to just a single entities. I don't think I can carry it with just them. Alright, we killed that. That's great and all, but what about the rest of the army? Yeah, probably should have just left the Mither instead then. Basically, my entire army has been chased off. It is just the single entities left in the game. Oh, fuck. I should have left the Spirit Leech there. Alright, terrorists coming in. Kind of handy. Somehow I'm getting ahead in balance of power? That makes no sense, but okay. Whatever you're giving me, I guess. I'll take whatever you're giving me. Yeah, just keep slapping me. The Butchers are gonna be a pain to deal with. I don't have anything else I can do about it. The Mither is now useless. I actually maybe need a fermented fungi actually. Let's just drop a fermented fungi and try and weaken them. And Spirit Leech onto the Butchers as well. And alright, everyone stop walking around. Oh no! Oh no, we're getting swarmed. No, we can't carry this against the Butchers. They're too good. They came back and anchor the battle. They're like they're like the anchor on the battle line, and yeah, my Night Gobble Shaman, Night Gobble Warlord is not cutting it. Yeah, GG. GG to my opponent there. That was a close one. Wait, shit. That was a close one. Oh. Let me just quickly save the replay. Yeah, very nicely done by my opponent there. The frontline fight was basically lost for them, but very. Oh, actually no, they do have a lot of gore herds left in the late game. The Orc Biggins didn't do a whole lot here. They held the line for a bit, and the Darker line did some damage, but Beastmen, just a very aggressive faction with a lot of great cost-efficient mobility, charge into my backline, and it seems like the Savage Orc Biggins, some of them earned back their worth, but most of them were just not quite able to hold their own, even against the lightly armored Centigles. And especially with the Goblins buckling in the front line. Yeah. Wait, the entire army being full vigor after Malagor dies? What? That is weird. Hold on. Is that a bug or something? Anyways, let me just quickly check. Yeah. Or maybe Malagor has an item? It looks like everyone is done with round 4, maybe? But yeah, Malagor's Flock of Doom is very deadly, and oh wait, no, the Beastman passive. Beastman, Lore of Wild passive has a figure refresh, if I remember correctly, right? That helps a lot, keeping a lot of units fresh and fight better in the late game. That might have been a key thing. Not being able to snipe out Malagor early was definitely a pain in the arse for me. Just because all the Flock of Dooms and the Beast Lore of Wild passive, I think. And yeah. Hold on, let me just quickly check. Beastman, Malagor. Yeah, Bastille Surge. Because of how frequent you can cast Flock of Doom. Oh, that was brutal. Just keeping a lot of the units vigor fresh, and that was quite key. And no, that was pretty nasty for yeah, that was a very nasty thing to deal with. Because imagine a map-wide fresh army in the late game. Oh, the lore of Wild passive is wild. Alright, let's see, we have the finals. I guess Jepador will be... Yep, Jepador will be dealing with the 20 admin soon. And then we'll have the finals up. Well, before that, I'm just gonna quickly do a bit of the replay management admin on my end as well. Alright, while we are waiting, I'm gonna cast some more replays. Yeah. I think the players will have to take some time to build their army and stuff anyway, so we have some time right now. Let's see, Dark Elf versus Tomb Kings. Phoenix King here versus VM Somia. Phoenix King going with Dark Elves, Somia going with Tomb Kings. Ooh, Tomb Kings going... Quad Screaming Skull Catapult. That is funny. Let's see what happens here. Phoenix King going with the Druchi with 3 Dread Spears, 3 Bleak Swords, 2 Witch Elves. Ready to cut up some Skellies with the Witch Brew boosting their attack. 4 Dark Shards, 4 Koan Knights, and... Oh, well, yeah. Koan Knights and 1 more Dark Riders without shields. Leading the army is the Supreme Sorceress of Fire to burn down some Skellies with the Burning Head and drop some Fireball as well. Not sure why they went for a Manticore. I guess it's tankier with a bit more HP than Pegasus, but I mean, you might as well just bring a Dark Pegasus and go for a cheaper option if you're not taking the Sorceress into a melee fight, I guess. But yeah, well, let's see what happens here. For Somir going with a ton of Skelly warriors, just a whole lot of them, and guarding around 4 whole units of Screaming Skull Catapult. I think the last time I see that many Screaming Skulls, that was in a meme tourney or something. Eyes of the Desert, and Skeleton Horsemen, Horse Archers, and leading the army Arcane the Black with some Tomb Gods hiding in the forest. And Screaming Skulls already launching their shots up, but it is, I guess they're on auto fire at will, so they're just shooting at the nearest target in the range, and they're just not really using the ammo to their max potential, not really hitting the enemy formations. Even if they're trying to hit the enemy formations, the accuracy on this thing is so shit, most of the shots just does not hit. Barely scratching this unit with that one shot there. I mean, they're still firing. And this one, yep, just not a whole lot of damage. It's constantly missing, unfortunately. Yeah, it's that thing is questionable. Oh no, the Supreme Sorceress of Fire decided to go after Arcane with Dark Rider support. I guess it's not like it's not like a horrible scenario for her, for sure, because there's not a lot of support for Arcane nearby other than the Skeleton Horse Archers. He dropped in the Skeleton Summon, but it's not dropped right on top of Arcane. And Arcane is now stuck in between a lot of cavalry units. Now the Eyes of the Desert has approached close by with the Laser Venom ready to just blast down the Supreme Sorceress. So the Supreme Sorceress, after taking a lot of skirmish fire from the Horse Archers, have no choice but to just back the hell out of there. And let the Koan Knight screen out those Eyes of the Desert right now. Fireball onto Arcane the Black, really trying hard to dish out damage and burst down on the Tomb King's leadership, while at the same time, the Screaming Skull is actually managing to do some really good damage to the Witch Elves, dropping both units down to half health before they can even get into melee contact. And now the Dark Elves really need to just rush forward fast. Although, yeah, the Arcane the Black did take a lot of damage over time from the Sorcerer's snipe attempt, and the Witch Elves are closing in. They would just turn on with a Witch Brew soon, maybe? I mean, they charge into the Skeleton Warriors, immediately start carving them out, carving a bony, dusty path through these wilted skeletons. And I'm not seeing any Witch Brew. I guess they think they don't really need it. Oh, nasty fireball onto Arcane the Black. Now he's down to a quarter of his health. He needs to hide behind a tree and just don't get out of there. Maybe just stick himself into the middle of these Tomb Gods. That probably would be the optimal decision right now. But yeah, the Dread Swords and Dread Spears and Bleak Swords are tying down a bunch, are being pinned down by skeletons, but the Witch Elves are cleaving their way through all those skellies, and also the Koan Knights are coming in as well. Ooh, another fireball snipe. Is it gonna kill Arcane? Another hit, not direct hit, but still did damage, and damage is damage. And there's not a lot of assets for the Tomb Kings to protect Arcane the Black if Supreme Sorcerer so far decided to dive bomb him. So yeah, I think that is it for Arcane. The Tomb Gods are being forgotten in the back line there. That must have been a brutal mistake. Bleak Swords are now getting into the Screaming Skull Catapult. Ushapti Summon has been dropped into the back line, plus the Screaming Skull Catapult has annihilated a lot of the Dark Shards. But I don't think that matters right now, because Arcane the Black is not gonna be saved. And also the Screaming Skulls are all compromised. Witch Elves cutting through all those skeletons, no problem, and also Koan Knights breaking through. And Tomb Kings putting a lot of value into those Tomb Gods and Screaming Skulls, but they were just not quite able to halt the advance of enemy infantry. And now the missiles are also moving up, and there's nothing to contest against the Koan Knights either. Arcane the Black goes down, and there goes all the spell support and leadership support of the Tomb Kings and the skeletons. The Tomb Kings decided to throw in the towel with a victory for the Dark Elves. Yeah, I feel like this. Oh yeah, and these Tomb Gods barely seen any action, being forgotten in the trees. That was a big mistake and has cost the Phoenix King edited. Phoenix King edited the save files again, so you can see these are not the usual. Yeah, these are not the usual file names. Not the usual faction names or anything here. So it's quite funny. Not gonna lie. Not sure how he changed it up though. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, these units, the Koan Knights are a very meta cavalry, and there's nothing really to stop them other than trying to screen them with Tomb Gods, but it's not exactly a great way to screen off enemy cavalry with just only infantry. Especially when you only have 2 Tomb Gods and they have 4 Koan Knights. And the Skellies just did not stand a chance in front of all the Bleak Swords, Dread Spears, and Witch Elves, who does have that quality advantage, and that relentless snipe with the sorcerers and the fireball basically put Arcane on a timer. He doesn't really have anything to counter the sorcerers, I guess, and seems like the Manticore and sorcerers combo really paid off this time. I had dubs in that combo, but apparently it paid off. Very nicely done by Phoenix King with the army build. That's why you should always pick my replays. I try to cast everything, so there's no I try not to pick anything. But yeah, speaking of picking replays, do you have a spectator slot in your lobby? I would like to jump in and watch your battles live. Because I think the other it's the final 4 are Phoenix King, Somir, Beastadors, and Skaven. Oh, are we seeing another Dark Elves and Tomb Kings rematch? Is Phoenix King gonna win again, or is Somia gonna come back with a is Somia gonna make a comeback? We shall see. I can't really tell anything right now. Oh, looks like Phoenix King do have a lobby. I'm not joining. I'm just coming in to spectate. Oh. What? Okay, let's see if we can try a different password. Okay, this is not working. I think the... Okay. Oh, goddammit, Phoenix King. Alright, I think we got the right password. Give me a second. I just need to join. Why are there so many ones here? Oh, it's literally one. Alright, we're in. We're in. Now we just wait for Somir to show up. Excuse me for a sec. I need to top up my water bottle. Just gonna quickly rehydrate myself. It is getting warm these days and I need to make sure I stay hydrated. Oh wait, shit! I realized I've been talking to myself for the last 2 minutes. Accidentally left the mic muted. But yeah. Anyways, let's see what happens to this matchup here. Dark Elves versus Tomb Kings, and what can a Tomb Kings bring to maybe to try and make a comeback against the Dark Elves? I feel like it's definitely an Ushabti scenario for sure. Ushabti is just such a good artillery unit. You kind of have to bring them. Yeah, that's why you see them the most on the Tomb Kings roster. Like, Ushabtis are great in the sense that it can pressure your opponent, force them to come forward, and also just bombard the hell out of infantry and cavalry and monsters. Like, even if there's a Malekith on a dragon, you can have the Ushabtis to threaten him pretty decently. Well, of course, if the Dark Elves decides to go a full-on counter pick, like, say, 4 freaking Reaper Bolt Throwers, now the Ushabtis would struggle a bit, but I mean, they would still probably be able to do some damage before they go down. And on top of that, if your opponent is investing into 4 whole Reaper Bolt Throwers, that means they don't have a lot of resources left. Oh, it's not Somir. Instead, Rusto will be going ahead. Okay. Huh. We might have a change in the semi-finalists then. Because Somir might have to bow out of the 20. But we shall see. We shall see. Hopefully somebody will be fighting Phoenix King in the semi-finals. Or else we're going to be waiting. We're just going to be waiting for the finals. Oh, actually, while we're waiting, I'm just gonna quickly download the rest of the pre-finals replays. That's definitely what I need to do right now. Let's see. I think I got this, so these 3 are something I haven't taken yet. All right, cool. Right. Oh, Russell is playing as High Elves. I almost forgot about that. It's a grudge match, boys. High Elves versus Dark Elves, and usually Dark Elves are slightly has an edge in this matchup because they have the armor-piercing anti-large cavalry and doesn't just rely on one single unit, that is the Fireborn. And yeah, let's see what happens in this one. But I wonder, will we see a bunch of Dread Knights as well? Like, if Phoenix King is going on full-on Rohirrim, we might see a bunch of Khorne Knights and then a bunch of Khorne Dread Knights. But yeah, we shall see if that is going to be the meme here. Alright, I have no idea if Rusto is coming soon or not, so I might actually just hop out and check a replay. But yeah, High Elves versus Dark Elves. This battle is a grudge match. It would be even funnier if it's Malekith versus Tyrion. Just for the No, I feel like Malekith just goes well as like a grudge match against any kind of High Elf character, really. Because Nagaryth, which is Elevanar's faction, has a grudge against Nagaron in general. Elevanar hates Dark Elves. And then Malekith and Tyrion are kind of like nemesis. And then Malekith and Elariel was kind of Phoenix King and Ever Queen for a while in the end times. And then Malekith and Teclis are like opposing amazing spellcasters, but and the rest of the Dark Elf roster just doesn't have a lot to do with the High Elves. Like, not direct conflict with. I don't feel like. Oh wait. Morathi versus. Oh, I don't see if Rust. I don't. Just let me quickly check with Russell and see if they're coming over and joining us. If not, we might just go and cast a replay, and wait for the finals to happen. But yeah, Morathi versus Tyrion would be funny as well. Because if I remember correctly from my incomplete knowledge about the end times, Tyrion was seen as like the reincarnation of Aenarion or something like that, and Morathi decided to go and pair with Tyrion and leave Malekith to become the Phoenix King for a while. Yeah, the end times was weird. I mean, I don't really follow the actual Warhammer lore, so I don't. Yeah, anyways. We'll jump into a replay. We're not seeing much action right now, and I'm just gonna keep Discord on and see if Rusto is jumping over to. Yeah, I'll just keep an eye out on Discord and see if Rusto is coming over to join the semifinals. Otherwise, I'm just gonna start casting actually, because we're not doing anything waiting on the side. So Skavens versus High Elves next. B6A6S, B6, let's call him B6, versus Rastoya. Skavens with some weapons teams versus a whole lot of High Elf Vanguard skirmishing. That's a whole lot of Vanguard skirmishing. 5 Shadow Warriors and 1 Shadow Walkers. Plus 3 more War Lions. Seems like Rusto is taking a liking in the War Lions today. Alright, let's slow down a bit and just check out the army builds on both sides. Skavens going with a bunch of Skaven slaves in the front and a bunch of weapons teams with Teeth Breakers, the 2 Rattling Guns, and 1 Gig Zap Zap, 1 Natty Booble Sharpshooter, plus a bunch more Skaven slaves and Skaven slaves, Red Ogres, guarding the rear of this artillery box, and some more Doom Flayers as well. I seem to see a lot more Doom Flayers on the field these days. They're armored and are quite good at anti-infantry, and will definitely trade well into these Rangers, as the High Elves are going almost full Vanguard. A whole line of High Elf Rangers, and then a second line of Shadow Warriors and Shadow Walkers ready to just rain down arrows, and poison arrows from the Shadow Walkers, I think. Yeah. But yeah, mostly just about Shadow Warriors raining arrows onto the enemy's weapons teams. However, Rattling Guns do have some armor, so they will mitigate a bit of the damage from all these Shadow Warriors, while they themselves are trying to dish out some damage to fight back and annihilate the enemy front line there. Doomflayers will be slamming into these Rangers and absolutely flying through them, quickly deleting them from existence with that charge impact. Natty Bubos, though, doing some pretty good work against the Shadow Warriors. Red Ogres sallying forth to intercept the Rangers and prevent them from charging into the weapons team's backline. Oh, there's a second unit of Warp Jezzails. Anyways, Teclis and his War Lion contingent are moving out of the forest and moving into the front line, charging straight into the Doom Flayers, trying to intercept them, prevent them from going after the Shadow Walkers and Shadow Warriors. The problem is that the rest of the Rangers are all faltering, either because of all those Rat Ogres charging them, or because they're just being shot up too hard by all the Rattling Guns. Ikig Zepsap are now trying to shoot at Teclis and try to deny him from casting any spells, as the zap contact effect does increase his cooldown time. A nice Dreaded 13 spell straight into these blobbed up War Lions. Not really deleting them, but the subsequent summon of the Storm Vermin comes in really handy in cutting down the War Lions. Now, the High Elves are in a bit of trouble as their entire front line is lost to the Rat Ogres and Rattling Guns. Now the Shadow Warriors are just raining arrows down, retreating but still firing into the closest target they can find, like these Red Ogres here. On the War Lions, some of them, the Rahagra's Pride, who has been held in reserve on the other side of the map, has swung around and managed to get into the Ikigzasat crew. A Mighty Roar follow-up as well, just to make sure these Ikigzasat really are going to rout soon. And routed they did. And route they did. Yeah, that's the right grammar with that. But yeah, Teeth Breakers also being showered with arrows has been broken off. Yeah, definitely have their teeth broken. Teclis now starting to cast his Flock of Dooms, draining off some blobbed up troops. Yeah, it is down to just these Shadow Warriors trying to hold the line. Grace Year of Plague with the Dreaded 13 summon, and only the Dreaded 13 summon. There's also the Scorch bound spell, but he's really just in for the Dreaded 13 summon. Oh yeah, the Scorch spell is doing some damage. But yeah, it is down to the Shadow Warriors and Shadow Walkers to hold the line. The problem is a lot of them has been quite damaged, but the fact that they managed to break apart a lot of the enemy's weapons teams and chase them up with the mobility, i.e. that one lone unit of a Rahagra's Pride and Teclis himself, does make things a little bit easier for these skirmishers here. No more Natty Boobles. Oh wait, no, Natty Boobles are still there, and they're now lighting up these poor Shadow Warriors. Okay, that is a problem. War Lions are moving over to try and shut them down, but right now these Shadow Warriors are taking a lot of losses. They can't really afford losing more ammo, as they already have a limited amount of that already. And now the Natty Boobles, seeing the War Lions, the Rahagra's Pride are nearby, decide to relocate and maybe get some protection from the nearby Skaven Slave Spears. Teclis might just try to keep staying on to them. But yeah, I don't know how the High Elves are going to stop these Doom Flayers from running them over. That is going to be a bit of a problem. Let's go into fast forward a bit. Although these tattered Doom Flayers, though, they'll be whittled down by the rain of the volley of arrows. Teclis didn't manage to get a couple hits onto the Natty Boobles, but the Rat Ogres nearby and Doom Flayer's Rat Ogres more piling in is threatening to delete him from existence, threatening to snipe him out. And Teclis has been trapped. This is a big problem here. He needs to get out of there. He really needs to get out of there. Alright, he has squeezed out of the Rat Ogres, and he should be fine for now. Just as long as as long as Russell doesn't drop his micro on Teclis, he should be able to stay ahead of the Red Ogres just fine. The problem is that the Natty Booble sharpshooters are once again online, ready to fire. That might be a problem. They're now killing off one unit of Shadow Warriors. They might turn around and kill off another. And a lot of these Shadow Warriors, Shadow Walkers don't have a lot of ammo remaining. Oh, another Dreaded 13 summon right onto these Rahagra's Pride, trapping quite a lot of their models within this unit of summon. And there goes the Rahagra's Pride and the Grace and the Rangers who are nearby trying to reinforce this fight. Yep, that is a unfortunate downhill battle there. Like, yes, the Storm Vermin won't be able to catch up to all these Shadow Warriors and stuff. But the problem is that they don't have to. If they can be summoned in the right position, the summoned out rat, the summoned out rats will just immediately pin down all those War Lions and enemy infantry in the fight. And yeah, there goes the Rahagra's Pride. More Flock of Dooms from Teclis trying to reverse this fight. Although he did overcast the spell, so yeah, he took some damage. But he does have the Potion of Heroic to give himself a little bit of the damage resistance and healing, making sure that he can replenish his hit points and whatnot. Now it is down to the Shadow Warriors and Shadow Walkers, that half unit of Shadow Walkers to carry the day. The Storm Vermin summon has disappeared, but the problem is that how can the High Elves take down this huge armored Plague Furnace? Oh, well, there are a couple of Shadow Warriors back there, but the rest of the Shadow Warriors will have to go into melee, and they still have to deal with this one unit of Doom Slayer. That is a problem. They don't have a lot of armor piercing, and they definitely do not have that in melee either. All they can do is try to kite it, I guess. Oh, scorch onto some Shadow Warriors. Killed off a couple models, and then the Doom Flayers follow up with a charge, maybe? Yeah, and then there goes some of these poor Shadow Warriors. This one getting bisected, even. Oh no, actually, he just got knocked over. Either ways, this Shadow Warrior unit is doomed. And these Shadow Warriors as well being run over by the freaking furnace. It's quite funny, this thing. Just moving around with a red ogre swinging the freaking bell. I love this model actually. It's really funny. But yeah, there's no more Shadow Warriors on the field, and that is gonna be GG. Alright, yeah, looks like the Rangers got annihilated there. I guess that's why nobody really uses Rangers, they're just too fragile. Like a charge from the Red Ogres quickly breaks them. Or they just got shot up by the Teeth Breakers, and yeah. The Rangers didn't do a whole lot, mostly just got deleted out of existence, while they themselves are actually not cheap. They're quite expensive, I think they're 600 gold. Yeah, they're slightly more expensive than the spears, if I remember correctly. I haven't used them in a while, so I don't really remember. Shadow Warriors tried to carry it, but overall they just got pressured. After the Rangers went down, not a lot of things can threaten the Natty Boobos. As the Doom Flayers and Red Ogres were just screening every single melee threat away from the Natty Boobos. I mean, Teeth Breakers and the Rattling Guns went down, and one of the Warlock Giselles as well, but yeah, the Natty Bulls remaining is just a great thing for the Skavens in the late game, and then yeah. And then everything got ran over by the Doom Flayers in the late game, with only the Shadow Warriors not having any tools to deal with the Doom Flayers. And the War Lions didn't do a whole lot, but the others got some good damage done, I guess, into the weapons teams and chased down isolated pockets of Skavens. Alright, looks like Rusto has came back, and we might be able to cast this semifinals live. Let me just up the screen blocker, and we wait for the High Elf versus Dark Elf grudge match to begin. Oh, this was a fun tournament? Oh, I wasn't the one hosting. It was Big JP and the RTK clan as a whole. Gepardo is the one doing all the admin, actually. So, I'm more of... Hosting, I think, is more about the organizing. And, I'm just there to cast, so, I'm just casting. I'm happy to cast the tournament, yeah. I mean, let's not focus on the pedantics. Like, but yeah, a big shout out to Big JP and RTK clan as a whole for organizing all these fun tourneys every week. These tourneys happen every week. I might not be streaming every week about these tourneys, but the fact that they're there and just give everyone a chance to just join in and play some multiplayer games with in a more regulated environment, that was great. But yeah. The Phoenix King. Oh, my poor high elves. He thought Shadow Warriors would hit anything and not die in 5 seconds to Jezzails. Yeah, the Jezzails had a field day. I mean, specifically the Natty Boobles had a field day. Over all those, yeah, over all those poor Shadow Warriors and stuff. Alright, looks like Phoenix King is ready. And we just need Rusto, who is on fine-tuning his last bit of budget as well. So we are going to start soon then. All good. Alright, come on, Rusto, you can do this. I know High Elves is an expensive army. Man, the problem with High Elves army is just their units are so expensive. You don't really have a lot of space to add units, and yeah. Like, sometimes you want a specific build, but you're usually just short of like 100 or 50 gold funds. And it's very hard for High Elves to squeeze out that kind of funds. They don't have anything cheaper than 500 gold. I mean, cheaper than 450 actually. But yeah, in terms of melee units, they don't have anything cheaper than 500 gold. To fill in like a small gap of expenses. Like, they can't go maybe in 100 or 1,500 cheaper with their melee units just to afford another unit. So they would just sit there and be like, wait, I need 50 more gold, or 100 more gold, or 200 more gold for this unit. But I can't get it. I can't get it because I can't just take out my spear, which is like, well, I only have 4 spears in the front line. Anyways, if I take that out, I don't have much of a front line left. I mean, I don't have a cheaper alternative for the front line, unlike a lot of other factions, which can field something between 100 to 400 gold. No, they can't. And yeah. So they just have to sit with a bunch of relatively expensive units and try to come up with like an optimal army with decent numbers. Wouldn't be a problem if they were just expensive, but they're expensive and mostly don't have good DPS. Ah, yeah, that too. I mean, the worst offender here, I think, is the Rangers. They're so shit, man. They just melt in any kind of melee contact, while they themselves don't actually do that much damage in melee. Like, they can go up against something like Marauders. Sure, they can have a decent trade, but they are so fragile. They're so glass cannon. They themselves will take a lot of damage in the process as well. So it's like, not worth it. Might as well just bring a freaking spear line. Replace them with spears. Just to get a little bit of holding power and all. Alright, looks like both have loaded in. We just need to wait for... Oh, we just have to wait for players to load in, actually. We have loaded in, but both players still have... Or at least one of the players are still trying to load everything into the game. Takes some time, but we'll get there. I just waited for minutes. Wait, I didn't say anything about your internet, the Phoenix King. I didn't point it at any. I didn't point it at any names. You walked into that one, I think. But yeah, no, I mean it's connection across the world, so it's fine. Like, it's understandable, honestly. Like, this is a connection between 3 different points of computers, right? My device, and then Russell's device, and Phoenix King's device. And chances are, yeah, chances are we're connecting across like continents and stuff. So it makes sense why it takes time. Is your PC just slow as fuck? Okay. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We can take some time. You've been waiting for long enough, as you said. All good. Was just joking. But yeah, anyways, for the army builds here, Phoenix King usually the Azure supporter. Today going with the Azure antis. Just really, yeah. Really having a grudge against basically evil Azure. As for Rusto playing as the High Elves, a front line of staunch line of spears with a lot of arrows. Sisters of Avalon going quite elite with their firepower as well. And the Talons of Torquilada with Teclis using the Kindle Flame spell, which can synergize quite well when he casts Net of Amentok, as the Net of Amentok will activate the Kindle Flame, and then the archers will just will annihilate whatever target that got netted with the 20% fire weakness, and on top of that the flammable from the Talons of Torquilada, adding another Talons of Torquilada, adding another 20%, that's 40% of fire weakness. And then Sisters of Avalon plus Talons of Torquilada doing fire damage, and on top of that Fireborn doing fire damage as well, will have a massive damage boost. A very common fire weakness build for the High Elves. For the rest of the High Elves, there's some more Rangers. Once again, bringing Rangers to the field. We'll see how they perform this time around. And Eagle Claw Bolthrower with a Fireborn guarding the back line there. Tacklers also have regrowth outside of Net of Amentok. Sort of Tacklers for additional reserves and spell mastery, and a Potion of Chavoy for healing and a bit of damage resistance. On the other side, for the Dark Elves, a front line of Dread Spears, and Dread Spears only. Oh wait, the front line of Bleak Swords, no Dread Spears. My bad. Front line of Bleak Swords and Bleak Swords only, no Dread Spears, and backed up by 4 units of Koan Koan Knights. Great thing about Dark Elves, they have armor-piercing anti-large cavalry without needing to resort to Regiment of Renown. So that one Fireborn has a lot of heavy lifting to do, and on top of that, 3 units of Scourge Runner Chariots and Malakav leading the army with Soul Stealer on Seraphon. Oh, there's 1 lone Dark Riders in the forest as well. Let's see how the battle unfolds right now, as the High Elves will be holding position. They do have that range advantage with the Bolt Thrower trying to shoot at Malakav, but Malakav, seeing that fire, dodges, simply scoots around and dodges the shot from those Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers. Now, yeah, High Elves are just going to hold the line, hold the position, ready to repel the enemy mobility when they get into place. But looks like 1 Dark Rider came over here, and oh, there's some Loven Sea God at the back as well, providing a little bit of the anti-lodge presence while still having the option to fire back at the enemy. Alright, we wait. There were some Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower shots onto the Bleak Swords, I assume. Not that it matters, they're turning around to start firing and pick off these Koan Knights. And because the projectile seems to have a bit of penetration, managed to take out a few units of these Koan Knights. At the same time, Lofen Sea God are firing at the Scourge Runner Chariots, who doesn't have the most insane armor, so they are taking some damage here. Plus Eagle Claw Bolt for firing in. Rangers are sallying forth, trying to get a charge onto the Bleak Swords, hopefully trying to break them before they clash into the spear line. Fireborn also moving in position, ready to countercharge the enemy Koan Knight, but the problem is that they're under crossfire from all those Scourge Runner Chariots, taking some losses already. And Koan Knights over from Phoenix King very cleverly slipping through the gaps of the enemy defense perimeter, trying to get a charge into the enemy backline, but the Fireborn turn around and countercharge and start annihilating them in melee, while at the same time Koa Knights. Oh, it got netted down by the Knight of Emmentalk, and then the Kindle Flame plus the flammable fire weakness of the Talons of Torquelada is absolutely deleting them from existence. Speaking of delete, Koa Knight got absolutely deleted by the Fireborn, who is now receiving a bit of a regrowth and trying to get back some of the HP they lost. Scourge Runner Chariots have taken quite a bit of damage from the Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers, plus being shot by Loven Seaguard. While these Koa Knights are a bit stuck behind enemy spears, that is a bit of a problem. Malakav is still roaming around in the skies, but he's not really getting into... Oh no! He dropped the Breath Attack onto some moving Fireborn, and the Breath Attack spread around and didn't quite actually hit the center mass of Fireborn, who is now trying to chase and pressure out the Scourge Runner Chariots. Malakav probably should have reserved some of his Breath Attack onto the Sisters of Avalon and Talons of Torquelada, who is now lighting him up with quite a lot of firepower. Soul Stealer is trying to help him recuperate some of that hit points, plus he dived in for a swooping attack, took out a huge chunk of these Fireborn, but the problem is that the fire damage from all those Sisters of Avalon did manage to reduce some of his Soul Stealer healing. Koa Knights, they have been pushed off earlier, now decide to come back and go after exposed Evil Cobble Throwers. Spears in the front line, they are alive, but the problem is that Rangers are not quite... the Rangers pushed out, but the defensive formation is no longer intact, and the Bleak Swords are just making their way through the front line and getting into the back line, shutting down the Sisters, or at least silencing them for now, and some Rangers also being taken out through the process, which is not great. Rangers, again, they're just a little bit too glass cannon, not great at holding the line. Might as well just go cheaper and bring Spears, who can stay in the front line a little longer. Yeah, they didn't even do that much damage, honestly, but yeah. And the Scourge Runners managed to escape from the grasp of the Fireborn and come back to start running down enemy infantry in the process. Fireborn somehow routed, still having over a quarter of HP left. That was bad. Not sure how that happened there. I guess some rear charges. Oh, there was a Lion Chariot. Interesting. A Breath Attack onto the Sisters of Avalon, but the angle isn't great, so a lot of that Breath Attack kind of concentrated in one spot and not doing a whole lot of damage to formation. Now, seeing that the Fireborn has routed earlier, the Koa Knights and the Scourge Runners tried to move over and repel them, but looks like the Fireborn has regrouped and decided to go for a charge into the Koa Knights. The Koa Knights will be deleted, but the Fireborn took a charge from Malakav himself, will be taking a bunch of damage. And things are not looking great for the High Elves for sure. They lost the Fireborn, and there's no stopping to the Koa Knights. Good thing is that the Koa Knights are not really there anymore. Attrition down through sheer numbers of spears and being shot by different Sisters of Avalon and stuff. Net of Emmentalk onto Malakav. This might be key, but there's no Sisters of Avalon available nearby to take advantage of this situation. So Malakav is just standing there, not doing any, like, the High Elves are not able to do anything against him, as the Sisters of Avalon are all dragged into melee by the Bleak Swords, are too busy in that melee fight to take down Malakav. Talons of Torquelada has managed to survive, but none of the Sisters of Avalon shall remain, and that might just be the end of the High Elves, as they have no way to take down Malakav at this point. Maybe a few lucky charges from the Lion Chariots, but that is very unlikely. There's still also the Scourge Runners Chariots ready to snipe out, just pick off the Lion Chariots from afar. Teclis is definitely a big target right now. He's trying to drop in the one final regrowth onto the Fireborn, the last 6 model of these guys, and they already heal capped. Very unfortunate there, as they have taken way too much losses throughout the battle. Now the Talons of Torquelada raining fire, literally, into the Scourge Runners, but alas, that is not gonna do anything here. And yeah, that is gonna be GG, I think. Yeah. Teclis is just trying to run the hell away from Malakav, and the 6th lone Fireborn isn't gonna do anything against Malakav himself. All the missiles assets on the High Elf sides have been shut down, and as I said, things are very rough for the High Elves in this matchup. They entirely rely on the Fireborn as the anti-large armor piercing mobility, while the Koa Knights have armored anti-armor plus anti-large mobility. even if they lost 2 Koan Knights earlier due to all the Fireborn attack or the Sisters of Avalon focus fire, they still have 2 remain. And then the Bleak Swords swarm the enemy front line. Either just lock them down or attrition down the Rangers. Yeah, or just distract the spears. And yeah, things are quite rough here. And then the Fireborn try to come over and deal with these Scourge Runners, but Scourge Runners being quite fast themselves slowly pick apart these Fireborn. Yeah, things are not great for the 5-1 for sure. And then there's also the Lion Chariots. One last net of Emmentalk trying to pin down the Scourge Runners and take them out, but that is going to be army losses, and that shall be victory for the Dark Elves. Oh, yeah, I can't save it? Alright, fine. GG. Let's see, the army performances there. Sisters of Avalon got some decent valor, but not quite able to earn back their worth, as they have been compromised since mid-game by the various Bleak Swords and, yeah, I mean, they deleted 1 unit of Koan Knights, but that's about all they managed to do. As they're just too much mobility, too much numbers of melee troops for them to deal with. Like 4 units of Koan Knights, they dealt with 2 of those, with the Fireborn being occupied by 1 of them, and then 2 more comes in and to just disrupt them. Also, don't forget about the Scourge Runner Chariots, who can double as like a melee chariot to disrupt enemy backline and whatnot. So yeah, very nicely played by Phoenix King here, who is moving on into the finals of finals. The one last match in this tourney that we'll be casting live. Oh, these Bleak Swords did a ton of damage, managing to get onto the Sisters of Avalon and just drag them down in melee. Very nicely done. And yeah. Or I might actually just do a quick recap of that. Quickly rewatch this battle. Just want to see something. Excuse me for a sec there. Yeah, I just want to see if the Sisters of Avalon managed to get any shots out after finishing that, deleting 1 unit of Koan Knights. Like, that is a lot of value invested into the missiles, and as a result, the High Elf formation is very narrow. Fireborn dealt with 1 unit of Koan Knights, and then the other got deleted by the Sisters of Avalon and that combo. But then the Dark Riders charges in and just shuts down the Sisters of Avalon with Malekith running in as well. And as I said, after the Fireborn dealt with 1 unit of Koan Knights, there's still more mobility in the vicinity that they need to deal with. Oh, these Rangers. Oh, got charged by the Koan Knights. That's why they're so weak right now. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. And then the Bleak Swords come in to overwhelm them. Rangers will win against Bleak Swords, I guess, but yeah. With the help of the Koan Knights, some Bleak Swords manage to break through the defense of some Rangers, and they can just overwhelm the enemy troops. And Fireborn kind of overchase a bit there, allowing themselves to get charged by Malekith, which is also not great. Yeah. Yeah, that was a bit rough. Yeah, only having 1 Fireborn is not enough to deal with 4 freaking Koan Knights. That was a very rough one. And the Sisters, after deleting that 1 Koan Knights, they were just not able to shoot afterwards. 1 got disrupted by Dark Riders, and the others are just on the left flank being... I guess they did more damage over time, but there's also a Scourge Runner Chariots and Bleak Swords nearby to just interrupt their shooting. Alright. Let's see if we have the lobby up for the finals of finals. Alright. Looks like Japarders forgot to set up a spec slot. We will have to wait for this for a while. Alright, yep, there we go. And let me just up the screen blocker so we don't peek into any of their army builds. I think they're ready though, almost at least. And we're ready. Oh wait, no. Phoenix King is still thinking. While Gepardos has readied up. Oh, interesting. Huh. I didn't expect to see. Normally, I don't like a certain. I normally don't like to bring a certain unit in the Beastman roster, but seems like. Oh, I'm not gonna spoil anything actually. Alright, both armies are ready, so I'm just gonna unblock this. But yeah, it seems like Gepardo is really taking a liking of the Gore Herd, and we're seeing them quite a lot in this 20. Like every single battle we see the Gore Herd. This is gonna be interesting. Alright, now we can go and explore the map. Handcrafted by CA and all that. Oh shit, hold on. While we wait for Phoenix King to load his, Oh, we're at the edge of the map, okay. Because we have the debug camera on. Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. If you're not seeing this in general, like, because all these are being modeled by hand, so you want to save time, I guess, when you're making the models. And as a result, you don't see anything outside of what you're gonna see from the map. Put on the Jeopardy theme. I don't know if it's like, if it's copyrighted, that's gonna ban the stream. So no, I'm not gonna do it. Yeah. Or demonetize it or something. I don't know, but yeah, I'd rather not risk the channel for copyrighted music. So yeah, no. But that would be funny. But yeah, I guess this is a less detailed map because there's only like terrain. But you can still see some buildings here and there. And it takes a lot of time to handcraft maps, and which is why you don't see a lot of different maps. All these assets are placed by hand, so it's gonna take a shit ton of time to build even a single map, right? So yeah. We can hear the birds and the bugs. That is neat. Do you feel like it's... Do you feel like summer now? With like... in the middle of the countryside. Enjoying... I mean, it would be great if the water is moving, but yeah. Enjoying the view, enjoying the scenery, the calmness. In the middle of the trees and forest. Oh, no, not anymore. We're being plunged straight into the middle of a battle again. Alright, it's gonna be a bloody and brutal time, if anything. Alright, so for army builds, let's get this finals going. We have Rekarth on a dragon today. Oh, we haven't seen the High Beast Master often. Actually, we've seen him recently on our channel. Somebody played as Rekarth, playing as Dark Elves. That was funny. But yeah, Rekarth, not exactly the greatest character. He doesn't have heals, unlike a few other... unlike other legendary Dark Elf characters here. Because, like, when you think about it, the Kraken Lord, Loki Felhat has self-heal. Marathi and Malkav has Soul Stealer. And even Malus Darkblade has self-heal with his passive items and abilities. Wow, Rakarth, no, nothing for him, nothing for you, you Beastmaster. And front line of Dread Spears and a bunch of mobility in the form of Dark Riders and Kawan Knights. And there's also one lone Black Dragon. Actually, I guess he's trying to synergize it with Rakarth's ability, right? The Whip Lash to boost the weapon damage. I guess nothing else. Oh, Whip of Agony to remove enemy melee defense and terror and fear, making them less terrifying in combat. But on the other side, Beastman doesn't have a lot of fear or terror, so that might be a bit of a waste of ability, unfortunately. I guess that was prepared for the Butchers of Kalkengard, making them easier to break as well, since they would no longer be immune to fear or terror because they lost a trait as well. But yeah, no Butchers of Kalkengard, so a bit of a waste in the ability, but the reduction in melee defense can always help. But yeah, the biggest benefit from the ability is unfortunately not there today. Gorehearts on the front line. This is a unit that I don't really like to use in general, but apparently it's making a bit of a comeback in Japardor's army list. There's also a bunch of Ungol Spears, and backed up by the Korok's Man Reapers and a ton of Senegals, a lot of them throwing axes as well. Rakarth diving onto the Goreherd and trying to reinforce the fight with to support all the Dread Spears in front line. Even the Koan Riders are jumping in, but here comes a bit of a problem as the Black Dragon is under fire from all those throwing axes. Speaking of under fire, a Burning Hand straight onto some Goreherds, routing them, maybe. At least doing substantial damage on them for sure. Oh, we're routing these ones for sure. With the burnt leadership effect, allowing the Dread Spears to push through, but everywhere else the Dread Spears are not having a good time dealing with the Beastman troops. Some of them have already been dealt with by the Goreherd, having excellent weapon strength and anti-infantry bonus. Malagor the Dark Omen diving into this vicinity as well, and the Koan Knights are trying to pile in and trying to keep these Senegals contained. The double Black Dragons are flying around, but not a whole lot of good targets for them to fight. Oh, dropping in some breath attacks and annihilating some Senegals. Half a unit of the Senegals gone, but this would be an amazing blob to use this spell as well. But yeah, they can only be at so many places when everything is falling apart right now for the Dark Elves front line. The ground forces of the Dark Elves are absolutely annihilated, honestly. The only thing that are still holding for them are the Koan Knights and Koan Knights only. Ooh, actually some Dread Spears are still holding on against the Angols. On this guy's Whip of Agony onto Malagor the Dark Omen, but unfortunately neither of these characters are fast enough to catch the swift and agile Beastman Lord. They also might want to save up some breath attacks for the Korok's Man Reapers, which is probably the more effective way to dish out damage with the breath attack. Just shoot at them from an angle. But yeah, right now the throwing axes are still roaming around. There's still a pocket of Dark Elf troops over here, and that one Dread Spear is being hit by an enfeebling foe though, so they're now trading a lot worse into these Ungol Spears than normal, as they are now down to only a puny 9 attack and 18 defense. At least the Murderous Prowess is activated for some of these Dark Elf units, helping them boost the damage against the Beastman troops, but the throwing axes, man, there's nothing to counteract the throwing axes right now, and Malik cannot catch onto Malagor yet. There's too many Mallet right now. But yeah, Fireball onto Malakav. Can he dodge it? Nope. Takes a big hit. I guess that's why he has taken quite some damage so far from all the... Oh wait, no, this is not Malakav, Rakarth. And unlike the High Beast, actual High Beastmaster, the generic Beastmaster, Rakarth does not have any speed limitation abilities. So yeah, he can't actually lock down the enemy troops and prevent them from running away. And Malagor the Dark Omen is freely just flying around the battlefield, avoiding combat. And now oh no, the Beastman has annihilated all the forces of the... Yeah, has managed to converge their forces and push back all those Dark Elf units. Koa Knights have routed, and now the Gore Herds are still very much healthy. And remember, Malagor can constantly refresh an army's vigor by constantly casting spells like Flock of Doom and Enfeebling Foe. So, Gore Herds active, Angor Spears winded. Well, the Senegors are always fresh because they have the Rowdy trait that gives them perfect vigor if they have higher leadership than Wavering. So yeah, Gore Herds are winded. Of course, Man Reapers haven't seen a lot of action so far, just lightly touched by enemy infantry. And still very much fresh. And oh no, the Sorceress of Fire has routed with nothing to save her nearby. Yeah, Rakarv is having a really rough time trying to get a good fight anywhere else, because all he can fight are Gore Herds or Senegors, which he is not exactly, he doesn't really excel against. Malagor though somehow managed to get caught in the skies? Oh, he probably tried to go back in the skies, but then Rakarv comes in for a charge. But then he's fast enough to just run away, with nothing really to stop him running as well. A little bit of a waste of breath attack, basically missing Malagor entirely. Throwing axes are bringing in those AP damage to make Rakarv feel the pain. Oh, here comes a breath attack of something onto the Senegors. Did some decent damage, but not enough to delete them. Actually, it's not even that good of a damage either. And yeah, that's why you don't bring Rakarv, unfortunately. He really has nothing going on for him. Like, if this Beastman brought a Butchers of Kalkengard, he would make sense to remove enemy fear and terror and counteract enemy monsters and stuff, but there is no monster on this team. And yeah, GG to both players. Seems like Japardors will be winning the 20 and having a superior melee, superior build with the Beastman, having a fast, aggressive build, while still being rather balanced, having that missile armor-piercing component in his army. While the Dark Elves are leaning a little too hard onto those Black Dragons there, and as a result not having a lot of tools elsewhere to counteract something, say the Senegors, with throwing axes. The rest of the army didn't really trade well into all those Gores and Senegors, and the Koa Knights tried to fight back, but they can only do so much when they're getting shot by throwing axes, drained by Flock of Dooms, and of course Man Reapers didn't really even need to do much. But man, the Senegors are such a cost-efficient light cavalry. They actually earn back their worth and then some more here. Oh, very excellent use of the Senegors, roaming the battlefield and picking off the slower enemy here. Actually, let me just quickly jump back in. And the Burning Head did some damage to the Gore Herds, but just not quite enough to kill everything on the field. Yeah, very well played to both players, and congratulations to Japardors for hosting, for winning the tourney, and also big thanks to him for hosting the tourney as well. We're gonna start oh yeah, before we start casting all the replays, just want to say a big thanks to RTK Clan for inviting me to cast this tourney, to host all to cast all the exciting action and a lot of fun games. Very close game as well on the stream. Got some really fun greenskin games played on my end as well, so that was great. But yeah, Phoenix King unfortunately was a bit slow on this side of the micro, and a lot of that's why a lot of the Dark Riders got caught by the Senegors, and Japardor was very nicely pulling back the Razorgore chariots and through his own troops, and also doing a bunch of rear charge damage to the Dread Spears in the process. And then Angor Spears and Senegors are fighting with supporting each other, while the Koa Knights are just swarmed by Angor Spears. Yeah, the Dark Elf army is a bit narrow here. Infantry got annihilated by Gores and Ungors. If the Senegors got charged, oh yeah, no, these got hit by breath attacks or something. Oh no, they got charged by Dark Riders probably, but yeah. The Koa Knights just fighting too many numbers here. Fighting Gores and Gores, Senegors, just a lot of Beastman numbers. Basically overwhelmed in a lot of places. Theoretically, Koa Knights should be able to beat Senegors here, just there's too much of them. And with spears and I mean, they did delete a lot of these Senegals, but I guess the drain from the Flock of Dooms are a bit too much, and throwing axes as well. Doing a lot of heavy lifting. Yeah, this army went... unfortunately, as much as I love to see a double dragon build, it made the army a little too narrow to deal with the beastmen threats. And they just got overwhelmed on all fronts. And outclassed, especially outclassed in the melee infantry department there. Alright, that is basically it for all the live games. I think we cast 2 of these. Yeah. Wait, no, we haven't cast this. Hold on. We cast this, and this. Alright, I think we can start from casting this. Beastmen versus Dark Elves. Once again, RTK Gepardos versus the Phoenix King. Oh, Gepardo is going with 5 Gorehurts this time. Really loving the Gorehurts, he looks like. 2 Corngors, 4 Angor Raiders, 4 Senegals, and 1 Great Weapon Senegal Regiment of Renown, the Sons of Goros. Leading the army is Malagor once again. It seems like he is picking Malagor every game, and that is definitely a great choice. Having access to multiple Lords of Magic passive, and just one of the best, the most cost-efficient damaging spells in the game, Flock of Doom. Mantle of Garok for additional melee damage. And on the other side, we have the Dark Elves, front line of Drespies. Is that a Charybdis? That is a Charybdis. That can reduce enemy leadership and causes terror, of course. Comes in quite handy to break enemy leadership and all. Beastmen are not known for their solid leadership anyways. Dark Riders with a lot of mobility, actually. A lot of Dark Riders with the Doomfire Warlocks. And some Koan Knights as well. Dark Riders with repeater crossbows. That's all for the army builds. Let's see what happens as the Doomfire Warlocks charging through their own men and try to go for a sneaky charge against the enemy front line, but immediately get hit by a Flock of Doom, and also the Gorehurts are hitting back. The Doomfire Warlocks are taking quite a bit of damage, and oh no, the Charybdis, he only has 60 armor. He doesn't have much armor to hold against this kind of a crossfire arc from all the Angor Raiders, but good news is that one Koan Knights managed to breach the Gorehurts with a frontal charge and get into the back line, shutting down one of the Angors. But yeah, there are some Senegals coming in. Oh, there's a Raven Heralds ready to do some aerial kiting, and the Doomfire Warlocks dropping in those Doom Bolts. So we'll try and weaken enemy units. But on this front of things, let's slow down a bit. Things are happening everywhere. Bleak Swords duking out against Gorehurts, and that's not going great for them against an anti-infantry unit. While the Koan Knights manage to break 1 Raider, the Charybdis is still getting annihilated by the other 2. As the Charybdis is getting stuck in a third unit of Angor Raiders. And at the same time here, Dark Rider is getting surrounded by multiple units of Senegals, forcing these more Dark Riders and Doomfire Warlocks to respawn. A little bit of Soul Blight, bound Soul Blight from the Doomfire Warlocks, trying to reduce enemy damage output with that weapon damage debuff, and also reduce their armor, but that doesn't really matter against the Beastman, who doesn't rely on armor anyways. Raven Heralds and the Supreme Sorceress of Fire going into a bit of a dogfight in the sky. Raven Heralds need to bail out Supreme Sorceress of Fire from getting beaten up by Malagor. Well, for the front line there, Koan Knights being swarmed by Gorehurts and the Senegals, unfortunately has been seen off. The Senegals getting some decent damage already. Dark Riders repeater crossbows are sitting back. One of them got caught by Senegals though. They are quite fast. And the Dark Riders with repeater crossbows do not have the luxury to kite and shoot due to not having 360 shooting. So yeah, you can't really put them on skirmish mode, and I guess that's why the Dark Riders got caught as well and got annihilated. Now the Raven Heralds try to surround and beat up Malagor, the Dark Omen, with the help, and with the Supreme Sorceress double teaming on the Beastman Lord. But the problem is that Malagor just dived down onto the ground, dragging the Raven Herald to have an attacking order on Malagor to drop down on with him. With yeah, with Malagor diving down, Raven Heralds were dragged onto the ground and got surrounded and beaten up by the Gorhorts and whatnot. A bit of a fireball from the Supreme Sorceress of Fire, trying to pick off that Beastman leadership, and a follow-up Doom Bolt from one of the Doomfire Warlocks. This, I guess, from this one routed one. Yeah, the Lesser Doom Bolt unfortunately haven't used up all their Doom Bolts, so that was unfortunate for the Dark Elves. A lot of their front line has also been dealt with. And it's all down to a few Dark Riders, very tattooed Dark Riders. At least I guess Malagor is almost done for. If there's another fireball from the Supreme Sorceress, things might end up quite well for, like, they might be able to kill off Malagor. But yeah, over here, Senegal is absolutely annihilating these Dark Riders, who probably got charged in here, which is why they probably didn't do much damage against the Senegals. Not even the Soul Blight can save them at this point. Doomfire Warlock tried to charge into the rear of the Senegals, but unfortunately, fighting up, they themselves are super tired already. Oh wait, no, are they active only? They're only active, but either ways, they are still fighting the Senegals, who are much healthier, and simply beat them up in the end. Alright, we're gonna fast forward here. We are in the wrap-up scenario, where the Dark Elves are trying to kite it out against the Beastmen. The Raven Heralds needs to stay the hell away from those Angkor Raiders, as they cannot afford to get shot by all these arrows. Repeater Crossbow Dark Riders are moving in and try to pepper down some of the Beastmen troops, but the Beastmen are just holding the line with the Angkor Raiders ready to screen off enemy skirmishers and counterfire. But oh, the nasty Burning Head as the Beastmen were trying to reorganize their formation, but accidentally blobbing up their armies too much. And that's a 3-for-1 cast of Burning Head. 3 whole units of Angkor Raiders are routed, and they might actually get chased off. But yeah, unfortunately, none of the other Dark Elf assets are nearby other than the Supreme Sorceress. So at least the Supreme Sorceress is still be able to keep these Beastmen honest. Just keep making sure they are still on the run, while the rest of the Dark Elf army is just gonna start kiting, with the Raven Herald slowly picking apart enemy troops from afar. And now that both armies are down to the last few units on their side, there is a lot less micro mistakes, and you don't need as much micro for your entire army, right? And we're seeing Phoenix King very on point, bringing these Dark Riders to safety every time the Gorngors try to close in. And knowing that there is no way a leaderless Beastman army with only melee infantry left can stand in front of the terrifying Charybdis, the Beastmen will be throwing in the towel there. Double Dragon across the sky, that was a great build, but just not quite worked out. But yeah, it looks like you don't really need Double Dragon. The problem is I guess the problem was not really the Double Dragon, I think it's the Rakarth, which doesn't offer much in the battle there, other than riding on a dragon. Like, none of his abilities really was any useful, and as a result, he didn't do much. He wasn't able to pin down enemy troops. He wasn't able to do any effective debuffs. He's just kind of there, and doesn't quite able to do anything in the battle. Rakarth was just not great. Like, he couldn't do any direct damage with spells. He only have a Dragon Breath attack, which Malekith can also do that, and he also has Soul Stealer and the Great Gaze of Malice. While Rakarth didn't have any good targets to use his abilities on. So yeah, that was quite unfortunate for Rakarth. But yeah, Malagor did some decent damage. It looks like Japardos managed to avenge his defeat in the rematch there. This first battle between Phoenix King and Japardos ended up with a Dark Elf win from Phoenix King, great burning heads all over the place, and also using the Raven Heralds to support the Supreme Sorceress in the skies was a good call too. Giving a bit of a melee presence in the skies in case they need to fight Malagor, and at the same time can do some fire support from above, and you should pick off enemy from above and stuff like that. But Doomfire Warlock's also an interesting choice. Take a lot of damage in melee, but their spells can be neat in the right scenario, and a lot of Dark Riders to counteract all those Senegals there. But yeah, overall, one of the Dark Riders got caught early game, but the other managed to stay alive till the late game, when there's not really a lot of Senegals remaining to catch him. But yeah, Senegals did some okay work. Some of them earned back their worth, some did not, but yeah. Angkor Raiders not managed to earn back most of their worth. They only cost 400, so or 450, forgot. But yeah, they're cheap. They're cheap and very cost efficient to shoot down the Charybdis. Just in the end, the Gorherd frontline didn't quite manage to stand up to the Koan Knights, and allowed some of the Koan Knights to break through and starting to shut down some of the Ungors. And then, yeah, burning heads, burn down a bunch of Gorherds as well. Yeah, that is it for this one. I'm gonna quickly take a toilet break and I'll be back soon. Let me just delete this replay and then yeah. Alright, I am back. Let's see. What's next? We have Kislev versus Skaven. Ooh. I think this has been a rough one for Skaven. But yeah, Poison Globes are definitely gonna try and carry this one. Because they can delete both infantry and cavalry. Codex. Contrarian Codex going with a Kislevite build with Kislevite warriors in the front line and a ton of Kossars with spears. So a lot of archer fire. But that is going to be deleted by the avalanche mortars on the other side. So the cavalry will have to do a lot of heavy lifting here. Kossovite dervishes, horse archers, and winged lances. Similarly on the other side, pretty much the same formation. Leading the army is the Ice Witch of Tempest with Hawks of Miska, the Discourage effect. Really good at dispatching low leadership Skaven units. And on the other side for the Skaven, the front line of Clarence shields. Hoping to survive a bit longer under the Kislevite arrow volleys. Red Ogres, Skaven Slave Spears, and Wolf Rats with poison. A bunch of Dwarfing Manas and Poisoning Globes as well. On the other side, oof, the Wolf Rats poison already getting charged by a bunch of Kossovite Dervishes. Red Ogres trying to counter charge, but yeah, they're a little bit too slow. Good news is that the Poisoning Globes managed to get a couple volleys onto the Kossovite Dervishes and deleted half a unit. So perhaps it might be a worthy trade. Only time will tell. Puzzling Globes turn around and start shooting at other units like these expensive winged lances there. While the avalanche mortars are raining down fire and trying to delete the enemy infantry, but I think that did a bit more friendly fire. Anyways, the Clanrat's spears already immediately getting deleted. Oh no! The avalanche mortars are targeting the winged lances. That explains why all these Cossacks with spears are untouched. They need to fire at the enemy archers, not the enemy cavalry, because the cavalry are too fast moving for the mortars to hit accurately. Where are you going, avalanche mortars? You need to delete all these archers, and so that you don't have the enemy archers pressuring you anymore. Oh, no, start shooting, come on. But yeah, Hawks of Miska into the Skaven units here. Probably gonna start forcing these Skaven slaves into a rout. And Red Ogres and Clanrat Skaven slave spears are just screening off the enemy mobility on the other side. And yeah, that's what you should be doing with the avalanche mortars. Dropping insane damage onto these Cossack spears and immediately deleting them for existence. But it might be a bit too late here because Levi Warriors already breaking through the front line and now threatening the avalanche mortars on the other side. Wait, why are you constantly shooting at the cavalry with the avalanche mortars? Stop doing that, mate. Alright, they're shooting at the Kislev Warriors. This would have been an insanely good target. Just look at how many Kislev units flopped up in the area. Yeah, but anyways, seems like the avalanche mortars managed to peel off some of these Kislevite warriors, forcing them to pull back for now. But yeah, the avalanche mortars needs to keep shooting. They only shot like 4 or 5 volleys so far, and not doing a whole lot of damage overall. And Ice Witch Tempest has punched through the enemy front line. Nothing really there to stop her anyways. And now wrecking those puzzling goals. What? Avalanche mortars, why are you walking forward? Just shoot! Shoot at this blob! Those Clanrats are going down anyways. Just shoot at all these flopped up Cossacks and Kislevite warriors. I guess they really want to delete those cavalry, which don't get me wrong, the avalanche mortars can definitely do it if they can land a hit, but usually you don't really get to land a hit on cavalry. And the horse archers, who have been like being screened away for quite a while, manage to get to the back line now. Nothing really to stop them from pursuing the avalanche mortars. And the Dolphin Manas are not moving it over to save them yet. A charge on the avalanche mortars. Good thing is they do have 70 armor. That mitigates some of the charge impact. And on top of the Red Ogres are nearby to screen. And Dolphin Manas are returning as well. Now the Red Ogres are going after the Ice Witch Temple. Man, these avalanche mortars have been... Is it like day for them or something? They have been running for most of the battle instead of firing. Anyways, the Skaven seems to be in a pretty good possession. The Poison Globes did quite a bit of damage, earned back their worth, and they're ready to do even more. Oh, it looks like... Oh, that was a Fraught the Unclean Motor Summon. Okay, those Red Ogres are gone, so... Yeah! Suddenly, Skavens have a little less resources for them to use, but at least the Avalanche Mortars is online again and ready to delete some more Cossacks. One volley and the whole unit of Cossacks gone. If this was done way earlier, the Skavens would be in an even better position. But either way, Sword and Clean having that anti-lodge AP on a Brood Horror as well. Oh, no anti-lodge, but on a Brood Horror, having the regeneration, having... he doesn't have Creature Killer? Okay, never mind. But either ways, having the armor piercing fighting power is pretty well. It comes in pretty neat with Red Ogre supporting him as well. But now, yeah, anyways, the Red Ogres are routed, but same goes for the Ice Witch of Tempest. And nothing's there to save the Ice Witch. And these tattered wing lances are not enough to bring this game back. Yeah, the Poison Globes are just so deadly. I feel like they are almost disproportionately cheap right now. 550 gold. And still able to delete like any unit by simply looking at them. Man, they probably need a price increase just for how good they are. How much value they can make in battle. 1,000, almost 200 gold on this one. Holy shit. Killing so many winged lances, dervishes, and Kislevite warriors and stuff. But yeah, what did the Warlock Engineer do? Cleansing Ruin. Oh, that explains why the Ice Witch died so fast. That must have been a Cleansing Ruin in the blob earlier as well. But yeah, anyways, Ice Witch goes down. It is down to just a bunch of Kislevite warriors, Cossacks, and horse archers trying to bring this one back. But there are so many Skavens left. One of them can even heal himself. I mean, they can probably try to win by ticket victory. Skavens don't have a lot of resources on the field. But there's also a chance that the Skavens are trying to army lost them. Yeah. Kislev looks like the Skavens decided to throw in the... Oh, wait, nope. Actually, it's army losses. Wait, what? Oh, wait, no. Skaven decided to throw in the towel because they lost a lot of resources at this point. They don't have enough things to clear out all the... They don't have enough tools to clear out all the remaining Kossars and Kislev warriors. Q, I'm dumb. No! Sorry. Sorry, B6. Sorry, I don't mean to be harsh with the commentary. But man, those avalanche mortars, they could have done so much more if they could have stand still and shoot at infantry too. Like instead of shooting at cavalry, they could have done so much more. Well, anyways, next week you can try again next week, I suppose. But yeah, the cavalry came in, but they got pushed back by the Poison Globes, I suppose, and also Red Ogres too. Red Ogres do have decent armor-piercing damage and all that. And yeah, GG to both players. But it seems like the Kossars managed to hold on, and also the Kislev Warriors, because the Avalanche Mortars weren't quite able to fully utilize its potential, while the Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats just kind of melted due to being chaff. Yeah. Wait, what? What did the Dwarfing Manus do? I think it just went over to repel mobility threats, probably. Just let me quickly check. Sorry. Didn't quite confirm what happened there, so yeah. Let me fast forward everything. Alright, Dwarfing Man is kind of just sitting there. Oh, okay, never mind. The Avalanche Mortars did hit something on the side. Oh. They went into a bunch of spears. I mean, they will be fine in that fight, having high armor and all that. But yeah, some of the Poison Winds also kind of just dragged out of position by the retreating Kossovite dervishes. So they were just not quite in the position of intercepting enemy troops and fighting. Sometimes, I guess, overchasing can be a bit of an issue as well. Wait, where were the Dwarfing Manus? Oh, they took some fight in front and went back to the back. And Horse Archers in the late game being a very nice use of mobility. They even after shooting up all their ammo, they're still a decent-ish melee combatant. They can run down weakened troops like freaking Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats. So, yeah. Wait, hold on. Poison Wing Globes, they could have done a lot. Oh, they got charged. That was not great. Yeah, they got charged by the Winged Lances and got annihilated in that charge. With the last dozen of Winged Lances too. Alright, anyways, that is it for this one. Let's move on to the next replay. We still have quite a few to go through. Beastmen versus High Elves, and then 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more replays. Oh, and a semi-finals as well. Give me a second. Alright, let's see. Beastmen versus High Elves. This is probably gonna be a quick one. Both. Oh, Rusto going full Rohirrim here. Oh boy. That is a very simple army structure. 4 11 Reavers, 4 Silver Helms. Yeah, this one has shields, and then 4 11 Reavers Archers, and 1 Lion Chariot with Flame Spy Phoenix, and I assume that is live caster. Maybe? Oh, maybe not. It might be a light caster. Gotta check. Oh god, not the lighting. Oh, Oh, I can't see shit. Alright, it's an Archmage of Shadows on an Eagle. Actually, this is interesting, because Malkov's Mystifying Miasma does have a speed reduction, making it easier for you to catch certain mobility units. Now, for the Beastmen, the front line of Ungor Spears and Bestigal Hurts. Bestigals can be decent into a high elf front line. They have the armor to tank the spears and just hack through, have the melee attack to hack through the enemy defenses, maybe? It's still a bit underwhelming because high elves have like, spears have like a base 50. I mean, not base 50, but high elf spears have a 50 melee defense with with martial prowess. Already we can see some Malkov's Mystifying Miasma onto the Sons of Goros being the most expensive cavalry. Definitely a good choice for the direct damage spells. Other than that, there are some Senegals and some Razor Gore Chariots on the field as well. And yeah, overall, the Ungor Spears are already getting peppered by the Archer Fire, the Illyrian Reaver Archer Fire. So the Beastmen not having the mobility advantage for once. Very rare for that to happen. We'll have to play a bit more conservatively and try to capture the point and hold, and try to wait long enough to win the battle with victory tickets. But while they're waiting, Flame Spy Phoenix is just flying around, pooping those fiery poop. That's definitely having some Mexican dinner. Having some extra spicy Mexican dinner the previous night, I assume. And burning down some Ungor Spears with the flaming poop. It has 10 uses. We've seen 4 so far. Wait, already used up everything already? Damn. Okay, that's probably why the Ungor Spears on the other side is so weak right now. But yeah, anyways, more Malkovs onto the Sons of Goros, draining them down over time. And time is not. Looks like time is not on the Beastman side. Over time, the High Elves are just going to slowly whittle them down with those Archer Fire. And drain down their units with Malkovs as well. Now the Beastmen, some of the units are trying to advance and get a charge on an Illyrian Reaver unit, but there's a Silver Helm of Shields nearby. And this unit of Senegals is entirely enveloped after the initial charge impact. They're taking a lot of damage rapidly. And some Senegals manage to catch these Lion Chariots and pin down the Silver Helms as well and follow up with a bit of a Flock of Doom, but unfortunately looks like the Silver Helms can always bail out of there, or they can just try and find another engagement as the High Elves. Ooh, looks like these High Elf mobility has overstayed their welcome. Now more Senegals manage to collapse in with infantry support as well, and that Silver Helm has been dealt with, though the Senegals over there has been deleted as well. So a lot of trade, back and forth trade, but overall the balance of power is ahead for the High Elves due to the fact that they have the ability to skirmish, while the Beastmen do not have a way to fight back other than trying to use Sons of Goros with the Mantle of Goros. Holy shit, absolutely annihilated these Silver Helms with that extra weapon damage and melee attack. But unfortunately, after that damage burst, they weren't quite able to stay in the fight, being overwhelmed and surrounded by enemies. So there goes the Sons of Goros, after being drained multiple times by the Malkov's Mystifying Miasma. Vestigal Herds are pushing up and managing to catch some Illyrian Reaver Archers who has their kiting order dropped for quite a few seconds there, but they are now back on the run. Lion Chariots got stuck in the middle of Vestigals for a little too long. The armor-piercing damage came through and left a mark on their HP bar. And the Illyrian Reavers charging into Vestigals is not great for them because of the heavy armor of the Vestigals. Alright, now over here, Archmage of Shadows diving onto those poor Senegals who are fighting Silver Helms who have armor while the Senegals do not. And on top of that, the Senegals don't exactly have the best melee attacking stats to punch through the enemy, defenses. Even with the Primal Fury, that's only a +5. Yeah, +5 melee attack boost, and they only have like 30 melee attack against 45 melee defense of the Silver Helms with shields. That was not even close enough. But overall, seems like the High Elf Psycho charging is not going too well for them. Every time they charge into the Vestigals and stay for a little too long, the Vestigals starts fighting back, leaving pretty good dent on a lot of the armor of these high elves, bringing down their HP and bringing up the balance of power for the beastmen. So the beastmen will have to go back into kiting and cycle charging once again and just avoid melee fights whenever they can until they find an advantageous one. Like maybe rear charge from the Elaren Reaver archers right now onto these Angor spears can break them off, but either way, the Senegors are coming in. These ones are getting drained by Melkoff, so they're slowed for a bit. Oh, the Bestigors are still holding on and fighting. The High Elves do lack the armor piercing right now to deal with the Bestigal hurts. And they're taking quite a lot of damage every time they charge in and try to cycle charge down the Bestigals, and there's still a lot of cycle charge left to do on these Bestigals. One almost full health, one at half health. These ones are still a lot weaker basically on their deathbed, but they're still fighting. That's the problem here. And Elaren Reavers are cycle charging, or they just have the movement order and collided onto the Bestigals. Doesn't matter, they're just dying right now after getting stuck on the Bestigals. So yeah, I think the Beastmen have this one. We're just gonna fast forward there, as every time the High Elves charges into the Bestigals, they are just taking a bunch of attrition damage. The capture point is in the hands of the Beastmen. Having those Bestigals comes in really handy to contest those capture points. And oh no, the Archmage of Shadows trying to take out some of the Senegors, but instead got kind of stuck in the middle of these Senegors here. So Elaren Reaver archers and the Lion Chariots will have to jump in and try and save their Liege Lord. While over here, Flock of Doom onto these Silverhams, draining them down, and on top of that, Bestigal is fighting on top of the Silverhams, hacking them down with their great axes. So not great for the High Elves overall. Maybe they can try and pull it back by just constantly Malkoffing everything down, but army losses comes in, and yeah, there goes the High Elves. GG to both players. Seems like Bestigors are, for once, are actually decent. Having the armor is really useful against the High Elves after all. And they have not amazing melee stats, but still decent enough. I mean, I don't know how. I don't think they perform excellent against spears, but this time they're just up against cavalry. So cavalry doesn't have as good melee stats, and they're more vulnerable to being attacked in the rear by infantry and stuff. So yeah, Senegals got some good damage, managing to trap quite a few of the High Elf mobility units and allowing the Angors and Bestigals fall up and finish them off. We also saw a little bit of a Mantle of Gorok onto the Sons of Goros. Quite thematic with the spell casting. Managing to allow them to get out some more valor before they go down. And yeah, that was a pretty great use of the spells. But yeah, on the Rusto side, very interesting choice with all the full mobility build here. Just unfortunately, I think some of the units were not quite... were a little bit delayed in terms of micro, either from retreating orders or cycle charging orders, and they took a lot of damage as they cycle charge, which is quite unfortunate, as the High Elf army slowly got attrition down in those cycle charging attempts. Alright, next up we have Dark Elves versus Kislev. Phoenix King's Dark Elves going with 5 Bleak Swords, 2 Dark Riders, 1 with shield, 1 without. I guess they ran out of money for a second shielded one, or just have some leftover funds for a shielded one. 4 Koan Knights and 3 Scourge Rider Chariots with a, I assume that's a Burning Head Sorceress, maybe? I'm not sure. Anyways, Evil Azur versus Russian. Phoenix King and his editing the save files. Anyways, let's slow down. Phoenix King going with a Supreme Sorceress of Beast with Flock of Doom, I assume. Oh, and there is a physical resistant spell. Pants an Impenetrable Pelt, adding melee defense and physical resistance, making your units a little bit more durable in melee fights. Now on the other side, for the Kislevite, basically a box build here. Kislevite warriors and Kosals with spears protecting the low Grom. And then there's also the Things in the Woods at the back. They're providing some armor-piercing mobility, Kislevite dervishes, and a bunch of horse archers. Leading the army is an Ice Witch of Ice, not on a Frostworm this time. And there is a single... The whole box is protecting a single low Grom, already making its presence known taking a first blood on from the Scourge Runner chariots, while the horse archers are moving in, trying to pepper down the enemy forces, just whittling down, weakening them before being forced to engage them in melee. Logrom is firing. Perhaps it might want to start shooting at... Ooh, looks like it's not missing its mark. I was thinking it probably want to shoot at the enemy cavalry, making it an easier target, also as it does have a wider spread, and also the low grom shot can penetrate multiple models and just multiply the damage that way. But yeah, looks like the Scourge Runner chariots are trying to dodge the shots now. Although they are on fire at will and firing into the horse archers, not exactly the most valuable target, but I guess you want to use up all your ammo either way, so might as well just keep dishing out the damage before the unit goes down eventually in battle. We're gonna fast forward here as both sides are have decided to kite. Although the low grom shooting is putting a lot more pressure onto the dark elf kiting, as the Scourge Runner chariots, one down to half health, somehow still having all models intact despite constantly being shot at. Koa Knights charging into the Kozvite dervishes, managing to annihilate them, but a deadly shot from the little grom, taking out a quarter of this unit. Yeah, that was quite deadly. But yeah, now the melee units are in range to start charging into combat, and some Koan Knights are trying to charge through the Kossars, even getting a frontal charge onto the Kossars, getting some decent damage with the Bleak Sword support. Maybe they can do some work here, but the things in the woods are counter charging, trying to make the Koan Knights pay back for their transgression. And at the back there, Bleak Sword, oh, these ones are being left alone for a bit there and will be charged by horse archers. Or actually, the horse archers probably just collided into them due to a movement order and decided to stay away from them and maybe just avoid them and deal with other units. Horse archers are pulling back, but they themselves have been weakened severely by those Scourge Runner shots. And the front line isn't exactly holding for the Kislevites either. Kossars are being forced to fight in melee now. And armored Kossar, well, actually no armored Kossars, just Kossars and Kossars with spears. But yeah, they're being severely weakened, some by the breath attack of the Supreme Sorcerers as well. Bleak Swords are still duking it out, and no doubt they had the advantage in terms of melee stats against Kossar units. So the Bleak Swords, especially now that they have that murderous prowess activated. Oh, not for these guys. Quite sad. Yeah, they're probably gonna get chased off, but the rest of the Dark Elf army, as long as they're still in the fight, they get the murderous prowess, getting that very neat damage boost right now. Yeah. And we'll try to rack the enemy troops in melee with their superior attack stats. That's 45 attack versus 30 or 32 defense. And also a lot of deadly Flock of Dooms coming in from the Supreme Sorcerers. Now that the Kislevites are blowing up so hard, that's going to be like a prime target for a Flock of Dooms. But at the same time, the Kislevites are ahead in balance of power, probably because of the Ice Witch still being so healthy, while the Supreme Sorceress is down to only half health. And they still have a lot of melee presence left, like this one whole unit of Kislevite warriors who have been over-chasing, but at the same time, a lot of the Kislevite units are very scattered. Oh, did they just get breath attack? Yeah, the Kislevite Dervish just got breath attacked, and almost the whole unit got deleted, and balance of power is back to the middle, as the Kislevites are getting picked off by the High of Mobility. A lot of the units are scattered and are not supporting each other, giving the Dark Elves, who has the mobility advantage here, to converge their mobility units and just pick off those isolated Kislevites one by one. And on top of that, the little Grom is getting targeted by the Scourge Runner chariots. All three of them still online, and all of the models still intact as well. Little Grom will need to do something about that. Maybe start firing, but even then, there are like 12 models, and it takes forever for it to reload. Okay, it killed one model, but there's still 11 more to go, and that is gonna take Little Grom quite a while to get through, and time is not on their side. Little Grom is getting weaker and weaker, and on top of that, the Supreme Sorceress, it might just kind of dive it. Nope, probably a breath attack. Nope, just another shot from the Scourge Runner chariots. Now Kislevites are trying to hold. Nope. Wait, where's the capture point? Hold on. Oh, it's all the way over there, and the Kislevites are don't really have the resource to capture it either. Defrost onto the Supreme Sorceress of Beast, a decent choice, knowing that they do not have any way to heal her. The problem is that they don't really have the time for the Defrost to kill her. She still have a lot of HP left, and she's still having some lot of Flock of Dooms available. Yeah, this is rough. Because House of Spears are moving over. But these Kislev infantry are just too slow to react to these. To basically a full mobility force remaining on the Dark Elf side. More Defrost, and okay, Defrost does have pretty good direct damage here. So this forces the Supreme Sorceress to go into melee now. And try to maybe finish off the Ice Witch, but unfortunately Ice Witch is a little bit too fast on her steed. Oh, is that another Defrost? That might be the end of the Supreme Sorceress. She's going for one YOLO charge while she takes a bunch of damage in melee. But yeah, she lives. That was unfortunate. And the Kislevite forces are being pushed off, being basically ambushed by a ton, surrounded and overwhelmed by a ton of mobility. Beaten up in melee, leaving only the Ice Witch Tempest in the fight. And yeah, she definitely cannot beat up all these Cohen Knights herself, and that is gonna be it. That is gonna be victory for the Kislevite. Oh, anyways, for the Dark Elf, sorry. Cohen Knights and Scourge Runner Chariots getting some decent value over the course of battle. And Bleak Swords get some good work done as well, just pushing the enemy front line, the Kislevite warriors. Unfortunately, everything got drained down by Flock of Doom. Flock of Doom against the Kislev formations is very effective, as Kislevites always tends to have a tight formation, especially when they box. And yeah. The Kislevites unfortunately not having a lot of good damaging targets with their arrows. Bleak Swords have shields, so they don't really care. And Cohen Knights, they're just kind of moving around, and the Kislevites don't have anything designed to deal with the Cohen Knights on their side. Maybe Bear Riders, but yeah, there are 4 Cohen Riders, and there are only 2 things in the woods that can kind of counteract the Cohen Riders, and they're not good at doing it either, due to the lack of anti-large. And yeah. The little Grom tried to do some damage, but just not enough. Not even enough to earn back its worth, actually. Scourge Runner Chariots did some really good work, just shooting up the horse archers, whittling them down, and also after the horse archers have been pushed back by the mobility, focus fire onto the little Grom as well, taking it out before it used up all its ammo. But yeah, Flock of Doom against Kislevites are so good. Especially when Kislevite infantry, like the Kossars and stuff, they're relatively expensive because of their hybrid role. But yeah, it's a bit of a build roulette for this one. It just so happens that the Kislevite army build is a bit more tight in the army formations and are more vulnerable to the Flock of Doom drains. Alright, next up, Lizardman versus Kislevite. Kodak's going with 4 Zargards. Haven't seen such a heavy metal front line for Kislev, actually. Not in a while. He's 3 Kossars at the back and 2 Streltsies. So I guess the idea is the Zargards will hold the line, while the shooters at the back will just keep shooting. A couple winged lances and some Kossovite dervishes on the flanks as well. Leading the army is an Ice Witch of Ice with a Frostworm mount, Death Frost, and Ice Maiden's Kiss. Ice Maiden Kiss, great for clearing out the enemy like armored infantry. Ooh, immediately the Hand of the Gods from Rogar, trying to whittle down the enemy winged lances, but not really devastating damage. It's decent damage, but nothing too insane. The ability costs, it costs 200 max, so I guess he's probably gonna earn back his value if he gets the second cast onto some kind of unit. But I think it's probably better if you just shoot it at like infantry, due to the short penetration it has. Like, it has penetration, not a lot, so probably more cost efficient to blast the enemy infantry instead. But yeah, anyways, a front line of skink cohorts and a back line of skink cohorts with Javis for the Lizardman Court of Sotek, the Umbro Legion, Umbro Tide, sorry. Krogar leading the army, and a bunch of Koan, some Koan regular Koan riders, and some spear riders, and one more Crossagor. It looks like the Skink Priest of Beast has been taking some damage from those Death Frost. Yeah. So he might want to just keep squeezing out all those Winds of Magic ASAP before he goes down to the Death Frost. Javelins are moving in, trying to get some javelin shots onto the enemy Khazars. And Krogar standing idle for a little too long and got filled with a face of... got peppered in the face with a ton of lead. That's not great for the guy. Wait, can you activate the circle unit icons? So... Oh, those. Actually, let me just... Wait, hold on. How do I get that on? I have to see the symbols on the banner. I haven't touched that for a while. I kind of forgot how to do it. Type icons. Oh, shit, sorry. That, yeah. It's not the tick one, it's the... Alright, there we go, yep. Alright, that makes it much more easier to check, actually. You're right. But yeah, the Basilion Solar Engine is just sitting at about blasting at the Scout Seed just fine, and yeah. Alright, hold on, slow down. Where were we at earlier? Yeah, okay. Skin Courts clashing into the Zargards, but of course they're no match for the elites of the Kislevites. And the Streltsies are firing in the front line. Most of them are not really touched in melee, actually. Ooh, these guys moved a little bit too far ahead. And also they're blinded by the solar engine as well. Doesn't help with their accuracy and all. But that doesn't really matter since they're so close to their target anyways. Ooh, nice shot from the Umbro Tide though. Burning down the Ice Witch with the anti-large damage. And the Basilodon on the far side just constantly blasting those Streltsies. Crossagors have pushed into the back line. They're forcing their way through with their excellent mass and smashing apart some Khazars. They might want to go and get those Streltsies occupied as well. While Krogar is just fighting the Snow Leopard, probably best just to ignore it because it will disappear on its own. But yeah, on the side there, Khazar Dervishes are losing against Koan Riders. Zargards are holding the line, just that they only have 4 units and they can't actually plug all the gaps on the field. So a lot of the Lizardman units are still managing to get through. Now, of course, Kislevites seems to be mounting a counter-offensive with some of the Winged Lancers getting into the backline trying to harass the Umbro Tide, but quickly being pushed back by Krogar and a lot of Skinks right now, and some Koan Riders. And a nasty shot from the Basilodon here. Blinded effect, dropping their melee sets down to 2 and 2. Oh, now they absolutely suck at melee and are taking a lot more damage from these tattered Koan Riders and the Skink Quads as well. And that's why the Basilodon can be quite a great boon in melee fights, just dropping enemy melee stats with that blinded effect. Like these Streltsies, down to 8 attack and 2 defense, and the Court of Sotak is having a much better time taking this fight. If the Zargards can get hit by one of those debuffs, that would be great for whatever that was fighting them as well. Another shot and the Streltsies will remain in the absolute shitty melee stats territory for a while. But yeah, unfortunately the Crossagors are being pushed back by the Ice Witch and the Winged Lancers. But overall seems like the Lizardmen still holding a safe position at the back there with those laser beams, taking huge chunks of health off these Streltsies. They need to keep these Streltsies at the back kind of occupied though. And unfortunately there's still a lot of there's still some Zargards left, and most importantly the Ice Witch is still very much healthy, while the Lizardmen, they have lost most of their anti-large tools. Only the tattered Umbro Tide remain, and the Koan Spear Riders are gone. Skin Claws are going back into the front line for a fight. The problem is they can't really beat all these Zargards despite how tattered the Zargards are. But we shall see what happens here, as the last of the Koan Riders and Koan Spear Riders are being attrition down by the Zargards and also fighting against the Frostworm of the Ice Witch. Now Krogar still have a good chance of taking... Actually, Krogar still have a good chance of taking down the Ice Witch. Oh, another nasty shot from the laser beams. But a very nice duking from the Kislevites here. Constantly avoid... from Contrarian Codex's yeah, micro, like both the Frostwind, dodging quite a few shots from the Umbro Tide, but right now the Kislevites are losing out on the balance of power. A lot of the Zargards are now tattered and exhausted, being swarmed by the sheer numbers of skinks, especially these ones, being surrounded by regular skinks and Court of Sotak with the armor-piercing damage. Now Krogar is going after the Ice Witch. Oh, that melee defense debuff coming in so handy for this kind of character duel. Krogar is fighting something with only 18 attack and 11 defense. This is basically an impossible fight for the Ice Witch to win, so the Ice Witch is just running away, hoping that the Zargards can carry this for her. And at the same time, the Umbro Tide has close in a little too much on the frontline fight here, trying to capture the point, hold on to the point for the Lizardmen, but that also makes them fall victim to the Kislevite attacks here. Dervish, Winged Lancers and Zargards are moving into the vicinity, and the Umbro Tide is being dealt with right now. But Krogar is still very much healthy at around half health, and constantly the blinded effect comes in for the Lizardmen, helping them to beat down the enemy, beat down the Kislevite troops, making something like, say, Zargards having absolute shit melee stats as well. Anyways, Krogar has freed himself out from this battle, now going after the Ice Witch, who have over 2,000 HP, while Krogar only have 1,000. Both sides have anti-lodge and armor-piercing, although Krogar has less weapon strength. Wait, both sides have roughly the same weapon strength, actually. But yeah, Krogar having slightly better melee stats, but the Ice Witch of Ice having that Bar Blood effect coming in real handy here. Oh, but the Ice Witch, her attack got blocked by the Bastiladon Solar Engine, just body blocking for his bro, for his leash lord, for Krogar. And the Ice Witch attack did not fail to land on Krogar, allowing Krogar to stay alive and get out of that fight. Now the Bar Blood effect is no longer effective on the Ice Witch, who's going for a frontal attack against the Bastiladon. Not that rear attack does anything to the immune to flanking anyways. And yeah, Ice Witch is getting headbutted multiple times. That lone skink comes in, but before he can land a hit, army losses hits, and victory for the Lizards. GG to both players, and yeah, very good rush from the Lizardman side. I think it's just the Zargards are being so expensive, and forcing the Kislevites going so narrow in the army kind of bite them in the back. The Frostworm can turn so fast indeed. While a dragon can't even turn if they're surrounded. It sucks to be a dragon these days. Yeah. Koan Cavalry did pretty decent, but I think the MVP, the unsung hero, oh well, Bastiladon definitely did a lot of good damage, but definitely the MVP for today as well. Having the ability to just constantly debuff enemy troops and having that explosive laser to burn through a lot of the unarmored Kislevite troops, and even armored ones like Streltsies and Zargards didn't take as much damage, but yeah, the Streltsies and Kossos suffer heavily. Zargards are annoying to deal with as Lizardmen, though maybe 4 of them is too many. Yeah, that's probably the case. They held on fine. One of them survived all the way till the end. The problem is there's not enough of anything else to deal with the Lizardmen, I think. Like, the Lizardmen here, yeah. Yeah, there's not enough cavalry or, like, even if you just cut out maybe one of them, you can afford and maybe spare some change somewhere else. You can afford a couple more Kislevite warriors that can give you a bit more width in the formation and maybe support against the Koan cavalry as well. Because right now there's no dedicated large anti-armor, right? These Winged Lancers, if they charge into like a Koan riders to try and counteract enemy cavalry, they would just get annihilated. Why Zargard? Not sure. I haven't played this matchup as Kislevite before, so I guess the idea is the Zargards can hold infinite amount of Skink Court and Red Crested, but I feel like Armored Kossos would do decently as well. Armored Kossos seems to do what they can do, but they have a pistol. Yeah, exactly. Armored Cuirassiers probably would be a better choice, also being cheaper. Having a pistol can help them shoot at either skinks or monsters. Both works. But yeah, there's not enough assets on the field to deal with the enemy cavalry. And the enemy cavalry did earn quite a bit of value. Some of them got shot pretty bad by the Strout Seas and whatnot, but overall, yeah, they did some pretty good work. Crossguards are a bit disappointing. And also, Court of Sotak did a great job cutting through the enemy forces. And they theoretically they should trade decent into the Dark Guards due to their armor piercing and frenzy. So there's that. Alright, that is it for this one here. Oh yeah, one of the Strout Seas did well. I think an armored Corsairs would probably be better. All you need to hold against are skinks, and they can do the job good enough. They trade less well into Red Crested, I guess, but I think there would be more benefit if you have like more Kislevites warriors on the flanks to deal with Quan cavalry, seeing that you don't have a lot of anti-lodge armor piercing on the field. And Strout Seas alone are not enough to deal with that, for sure. Alright, what's next? Alright, High Elves versus Tomb Kings, the front line of Rangers. We're seeing Rangers this time. Can they earn back their worth? We shall see. 5 whole Archer units, and some 11 Reavers on the flanks, including the Archer variant, and leading the army Alivanar with a Lore Master of Hoev with Spirit Leech and Gaze of Shim's Burning Gaze and Flame Spy of Phoenix for the fiery poop. On the other side of the battlefield for the Tomb Kings, the front line of Skeleton Warriors, looks like the Tomb Kings army just very dedicated and not bringing big cats to the battlefield. Screaming Skull Catapults guarded by some Skeleton Spears, and then Isles of Desert. Immediately the Moonbow has knocked out one of the... Yeah, Moonbow knocked out one of the... Oh wait, no, that's a Shim's Burning Gaze. Knocked out one of the Screaming Skull Catapult. Elevanar Decoy has been summoned on the field, not doing anything, as the enemy units are still targeting the right Elevanar. Oh, now they are on fire at will and shooting at the Decoy. Alright, that's not great for the Tomb Kings on using their ammo, but I guess they're just using it. They're just having it auto-fire. Plus Legion of Fakap, and also the Necro Attack to heal constructs, but wait. What constructs are you healing? Sorry? I guess the Sepulchral Stalkers? But yeah, other than that, there's no constructs to heal. That was a bit of a weird choice. Yeah, I guess there are two Sepulchral Stalkers, which can be something. Elevanar got caught by the Skeleton Warrior summon. I don't think that's a big problem here, honestly. He can just pull back to safety and nothing is gonna kill him anyways. Yeah. Like, there's no dedicated sniping forces from the Tomb Kings here. Not having any War Sphinx or Necro Sphinx. And looks like the Reavers try to charge the Eyes of Desert, but they themselves are heavily armored. 80 armor is not bad. And having anti-lodge as well. 8 to charge and fought back. Plus the Screaming Skull blasting these 11 Reavers with that take cover -8 leadership. Yeah, the 11 Reavers are being forced back and annihilated in the fight. Screaming Skulls, for once, starting to do some stuff. Although Alivanar and the Shim's Burning Gaze has done a number on them, knocking out multiple models on these units. Down to 2 models on these ones, down to 3 models on these ones. So yeah, not great for either. Yeah. But they're still firing, trying to weaken enemy units, and archers are moving in at the same time. Rangers will try to pick a fight against the Skeleton Warriors, while the mobility advantage of the High Elves means that they will be able to keep those horse archers of the Skeletons in check, and maybe get into the back line as well. Maybe they can try and win the front line fight. Skeletons might be able to try and win the front line fight with the Screaming Skulls weakening the enemy troops, but it's gonna take some time, for sure. Alright, we're gonna fast forward a bit. Oh, has the Phoenix used all its poop? Nope, not yet. Still having a lot of poop left. But yeah, Larry Reavers are playing it very patiently, knowing that they cannot contest with the Sepulchral Stalkers and the Spears together. But they are going to try and pressure the Skeleton Horse Archers at the meantime. Reaver Archers on the other side are whittling down the Skeleton Horse Archers, and Arkan the Black is eating some Spirit Leeches from the Lore Master. Another shot from Alivanar, taking out these Screaming Skulls one by one, having that superior long-range firepower, easily catching these Screaming Skulls. Yeah. While the Screaming Skulls have no way to really deal with Alivanar so far. Now the Archers are in range, and they're gonna shower everything with arrows. They're like the Sepulchral Stalker's Eyes of the Desert, having a dent on its HP pool already, and then the Archers are gonna get closer and start shooting at the Blessed Legion. Having more Archers, yeah, the High Elves are winning that one. They're winning that firefight. Alright, we're gonna just keep the fast work going on there, as the front line has been static for a while. While the High Elves are just sitting their Horse Archers back and slowly peppering down the Tomb Kings, while the Tomb Kings not having a lot of good options to counteract that, other than to weather the storm. Necrotact, and Skeleton Warriors managed to beat back Rangers. The damn Rangers, so shit. They just take so much attrition in those fights. Did they even kill that many Skellies? 73, not a whole lot, honestly. And the Skeleton Warriors have emerged victorious in the frontline fight for some reason. I guess with the help of the Skeleton Archers, the Skeletons managed to do quite a bit of damage to the lightly armored Rangers. Archers are now firing into front, trying to whittle down the Eyes of the Desert, but the Screaming Skull catapults are still online. This is where you probably want to just throw those Horse Archers in to the enemy back line. Like, they probably should have done that earlier. With a lot of the enemy resources committed to front, I feel like you can almost even send those Illyrian Reaver Archers into melee against the Horse Archers, because you have 4 Horse Archers, 4 Illyrian Reaver Archers. If you send 2 to occupy the 2 Horse Archers, there are like 2 more Illyrian Reaver Archers still available to charge enemy Screaming Skulls. And yeah, but yeah, the High Elves Archers are in a bit of a mass exodus. Although, yeah, Skeletons are now piling onto the Rangers, who are trying to get back from the previous defeat. And Arkan the Black constantly being hounded by, chased down by the Flame Spy Phoenix. That was not great. Knowing that he's probably not going to be around for too long, he dropped the Fate of Buna onto an enemy Archer unit just to take them out. And Spirit Leech on the Flame Spy Phoenix. But yeah, Alivanar still being very far away, trying to pick off that Necrotact. And finally some Horse Archers come in and try to pin down the Flame Spy Phoenix, and if Spirit Leech, maybe they can take it out. But the Flame Spy Phoenix is not a weak melee combatant either, so yep, it's gonna take out the Horse Archers. And the High Elves are establishing an advantage in the balance of power. And both sides have exchanged their formation now. The Skeletons started here, now they're on the other side. The High Elves started here, now they're on the other side. That's quite funny. But yeah, the Skeletons got basically whittled down by... okay, the Rangers actually did well this time, killing a lot of Skeletons. Didn't earn back their worth, but the main point is getting the kills, clearing out a path, and shutting down the enemy infantry so that the Archers can do their job, close in and start shooting. And shooting they did. And that is gonna be GG here, as the Skeletons got attrition down by the sheer amount of arrows. And the Screaming Skulls... Wait, they were Gold Chevron? No, never Gold Chevron. I guess the Gold Chevrons comes in handy with increased accuracy and reload speed. But unfortunately, they didn't even get close to earning back their worth. They just got shot hard by Alivanar and the Chim's Renegades from the Lore Master of Hoeth. And then, yeah, the Skeletons got cleared out by the Rangers for once, doing what they're designed to do, and the Archers close in and just shoot up the enemy formations. Again, probably Ushabti's is a better call for a Tomb King's artillery. Sepulchral Stalkers did decent, but Necrotact didn't do a whole lot, not even having a good opportunity to use its restore ability. and also got the two characters got either kited by Olivanar or just hounded by the Flame Spire Phoenix. And the Tomb Kings not having any tools to stop the Flame Spire Phoenix was a bit of a problem for sure. Maybe Arcane and Black can stay around the Eyes of the Desert and just let the Eyes of the Desert shoot the Flame Spire Phoenix away. Oh no, no AP in that high elf build, but it looks like the Tomb Kings doesn't have much armor at least. Yeah, that's for sure. I think there is a decent chance for the high elves to win, even without the AP. The problem is the Tomb Kings doesn't have any. Neither side have much AP, honestly, but the sheer amount of arrows made up for the lack of AP, I believe. And Oliva and I also have some decent shooting power, I guess. But yeah, that's so much gold going into Screaming Skull catapults. You could have afforded some. I think you could have afforded 2 Tomb God for that. Let me just check the price levels on that thing. On those 2 Screaming Skulls. Okay, 2 Screaming Skulls fully chevron up. That's 1,000 gold each. 250 gold on each Screaming Skull catapult. So you can. Okay, so that means you can afford. Yeah, you can pretty much afford an extra Tomb God. Tomb Kings 1 Snicks there. Yeah, for sure. Armored Cavalry is something high elves always struggle to deal with, right? So that is a very sound. That sounds like an excellent idea, actually. Yeah. But yeah, there's nothing really to deal with the enemy cavalry or monsters there on the Tomb King side, and as a result, they suffered heavily with the Rangers cutting through the enemy front line, and then the horse archers just rolling in the back line and shutting down the Tomb King's cavalry with the archers moving up and shooting everything that's left. Right, the last 2 replays here, Skavens versus Dark Elves. Skavens going with a bit of a kitey build. Once again, Throughout the Unclean with a Packmaster and a Warlock Engineer, I think. That game was a steal. Yeah, probably would like to see a Fireborn actually on the high elf side. Probably makes them a little bit better. But yeah, anyways, like if that was a meta Tomb Kings build, the high elves would struggle a lot with like the War Sphinx and Necro Sphinx pushing through their light formations. But yeah, there were none of those in that game, so the high elves had a much better time because of that. Oh wait, this game was a steal? Okay, never mind. Dark Elf versus Skaven. Alright, let's see. Skaven's going with a lot of Skaven Slave Spears and Night Runners with Warplock Jezzails. Are there Natty Bubos? Nope, never mind. A bunch of Rat Ogres and Doom Flayers. Leading the army is Throughout the Unclean with a Packmaster both on a Brute Horror and a Warplock Engineer. And on the other side of the battlefield we have a full line of Bleak Swords. Oh, the Chill of Sontar. War Hydra with slow and a Icy Breath attack. I don't think the Frostbite matters that much this time in this situation, but the extra leadership does come in very handy for the Hydra. Core Knights on the flanks with Dark Riders and Scourge Runner Chariots ready to kite. There are also the Crows of Cain and more Dark Riders and Core Knights on the other side. Leading the army is Morathi, Supreme Sorceress of Death, ready to Spirit Leech stuff, but looks like there's not a lot of good targets for Spirit Leech. Fate of Buna is there too, so like these Warlock Jezzails would be a prime target, but right now the Warlock Jezzails are opening fire at those poor Scourge Runners. They have to back out for sure. And Crows of Cain getting a little too close to the Night Runners. Yeah, right now, right now the Skavens are splitting their army into and spreading a little bit too wide, and a lot of the units are just not well supported right now. That might be a bit of a problem. Those of Cain are getting shot at by Night Runners, but at the same time Skaven slaves are being caught out by Dark Riders with the Chill of Sontar jumping in as well. Those of Cain are now piling in, and the double Brute Horror character are a bit stuck in the fight. They can push out anytime they want, honestly, but yeah. Right now the Scourge Runners are getting picked up, but getting picked off, but no, not before Fate of Buna entirely deleting this Warlock Jezzail unit. That was quite unfortunate for the Skaven, but that is what you might need to expect against any factions with a fate of unit actually. Cleansing Rune onto the Chill of Sontar and nearby units, but the Chill of Sontar has regeneration, so he doesn't really care as much about direct damage. While a lot of these Skavens are kind of are trying to commit into this fight here, trying to get these Bleak Swords broken, and Thought That Unclean plus the Brute Horror Packmaster jumping in will be terrifying away these Koan Knights, getting some good damage done in the process as well. And Scourge Rider Chariots unfortunately getting caught a bit by the Red Ogres, taking some damage. Balance of power is in favor of the Skavens right now. We shall see what happens. But Remoter here trying to sustain the HP of these Red Ogres and keep them in the fight for a little longer and try to break off these Dark Riders with shields. And Koan Knights over on the other side dealing with the Red Ogres, but more Red Ogres are piling in. Things are not looking great for those Koan Knights who have already taken quite some damage. And the Skavens still have a lot of reserve forces left. A lot of these Night Runners still having used up all their ammo and ready to start kiting at some point later. And over here, the Night Runners are just shooting at whatever they can find near them. With the double Red Ogres slowly winning on this fight. Spear Leech is trying to drain down the Red Ogres, but alas, it is not enough to kill all of them. Ooh, here comes a nice... Here comes the map white buff from the Dark Elves here, the Murderous Prowess. Comes in quite handy, but giving them a little bit of a damage boost and stay in the fight a little longer as well. Extra 15 leadership. But yeah, the Dark Elves are taking more attrition damage every time they take a fight somewhere. But the thing is, seems like Frodo was in a little bit of trouble, being double teamed by the Chill of Sontar and the Supreme Sorcerer, surrounded by Koan Knights as well. Taking quite a bit of damage, he will be backing out of there. Oh no, is that a casting bug? You sometimes might just accidentally cast a spell onto your own and onto the person casting the spell, and it doesn't do any damage, but it wastes the spell regardless, which is quite unfortunate, honestly. But yeah. Overall, the front line of the Bleak Swords are faltering due to the Red Ogres in the front line just ravaging their ranks, and also the Doomslayers as well. And anything that tries to go after the Skirmishers are being kited down. I meant this one, yeah, that happened twice, and both times it should have been on Rod. Yeah, that sucks a big time. I think there's a way to trigger it, but I don't remember how exactly it happened. Yeah. Absolutely fucking sucks. It happened twice. And it could have done a bit more damage to Throt, but I don't think it might make a difference with Throt still being relatively healthy. No, wait, no. It's taking more... Throt is taking more and more damage. It could have made a difference, actually. It might have been able to rout it off, but yeah, alas, it is too late now, and that might just be ripped. Wait, hold on. And that might be another 700 to 1000 damage. And Throt is at 3000 HP. I don't think it might make a difference, honestly. He was just a little bit too healthy. He has not been dropped. His health has not dropped down 2000 or even 2500 a single time. So, but at least he could have kept his HP low for a while. I mean, that could have helped. Nice breath attack from the Chill of Sontar, blasting out some of the Night Runners. But that is gonna be GG here, I think. As Rot and the Packmaster are constantly healing, while the Chill of Sontar is already at his heal cap, and the High Elves are running out of resources. Rot has such bad leadership though. I think getting him lower would mean he would rout at some point. Yeah, definitely it would help. There's no guarantee, but it would definitely... Oh, yep. Actually, if he has 700 HP less, he would have been... He probably would have routed way earlier then, yeah. Yeah, he has been finally routed, taking a few more hits from the Chill of Sontar, but Chill of Sontar is kind of stuck on the Red Ogres. Oh, Supreme Sorcerer is just too busy escorting that Packmaster off, seeing that he is a much healthier threat. If the Scourge Runners can move on over and chase down Throt the Unclean, Throt the Troll King, it got me confused for a second there. But yeah, it could have been really helpful. Throt came back for a second there, but another follow-up shot, follow-up volley from the Scourge Runners managed to persuade him to go into route again. Now all that's left is a Warlock Engineer keeping the spirits of all the Skavens around him high. Although these Skavens are still relatively healthy. All these Night Runners are still relatively healthy. They need to capture the point though. And yeah, I don't think the Chill of Sontar has any more breath. Oh, it still have one breath attack left. He needs to make it count because the one we saw earlier kind of missed and largely has been wasted. Now the Skavens are huddling around the capture point. The Warlock Engineer really needs to keep everything in good leadership. A Fate of Buna onto the Doom Slayer, trying really hard to work down these war machines of the Skavens. Maybe another breath attack? Wait. Yeah, he used up the last breath attack from the Chill of Sontar, and there's no more breath attacks, but Balance of Power is in favor of the Dark Elves once again, as the Skaven has lost their leadership. And the Chill of Sontar has heal capped himself at the same time. Ooh, this is gonna be close. Are we gonna see another Flensing Ruin? If there's a Flensing Ruin in a good opportunity, that might be all the difference here. The Doom Slayers are piling in, trying to pin down the Supreme Sorcerers of Death. And here comes the Flensing Ruin. Can it make the difference here? Can it? Looks like it. Oh no, the Skavens cannot keep the Sorcerers of Death on the ground. And the Sorcerers being on a rather fast steed. The Dark Pegasus managed to get back into the skies. And there's no follow-up to kill her. So, Flensing Ruin, upgraded version, doing some pretty decent damage, but it is a final showdown between the two armies. The Sorcerers cannot afford to bring the Flensing Ruin near her troops, because that would mean the end of the Chill of Sun. Oh no, the Chill of Sun are still routed regardless, being swarmed by the Warlock Engineer and a lot of healthier Skaven units. The breath attacks also mostly miss throughout the game, and that unfortunately didn't do enough to leave a mark on the Skaven army here. And now the Sorceress dives in, but she can only do so much here. And Scourge Runner Chariot's also doing some Psycho Charge. Oh, Chill of Sontar coming back. He has a terror, but I don't think it matters. It is just as Chill of Sontar versus everything, but one final Flensing Ruin. Yeah, that basically nails the coffin. Yeah, if there were a couple more Spirit Leeches on the right target, it probably could have ended differently, but yeah. Maybe instead of the Fate of Buna, the Sorceress could have just go for a more patient Spirit Leech spam, take out the Warlock Engineer first. That may have been a more sound approach, maybe. But yeah, that was quite unfortunate with the Spirit Leeches going on to the being nullified by the bug there. But yeah, either ways, B6 there did quite well, just holding those Night Runners alive, holding them at the back there, using their skirmishing capabilities to whittle down anything that tries to harass them, and Red Ogres countercharging the enemy front line and dealing with all those Dark Riders and Koa Knights, making sure they don't have the capacity to chase down Skaven units in the late game there. Front and the Packmaster though didn't do a whole lot. They were mostly there to be like a regenerating meat piece to get more hit points back and just tanking damage, keeping the balance of power high and the leadership high. They can't really do that much damage, I don't think, but yeah. They're just very survivable with the Brute Horrors. Doom Flayers did really well actually. I might actually jump back in to see what the hell were they up to. And also, how did the Koa Knights go down, actually? I would have gotten 3 Spirit Leeches or 1 Buna. Man, oh yeah, that sucks big time, yeah. With all those, with the occasional bugs with those issues, yeah. Alright, let's just, I just want to quickly check the Doom Flayers and what they were up to. And then we'll go into the last replay and, that should be all for the night after that. Alright, fast forward there. The Doom Flayers were just held back for most of the time right now. Gisele's doing some decent damage. Ooh. Your Dark Elves getting a pick out of the... Oh, they picked off the Skaven Slaves, but they themselves taking a lot of damage from the Night Runners and the following charge from Red Ogres and all that. So that was not a worthy trade. I don't think that was a worthy trade. Yeah. Alright, the Doom Flayers. Wait, where are the Doom Flayers? Oh yeah, Doom Flayers went into the enemy infantry, and they are very tanky with the extra armor in melee. Well, extra melee, yeah, extra armor in melee. So they're just not taking much damage throughout the process. And yeah, the Red Ogres countercharging the enemy mobility, getting some really good damage done with spear support too. So that was quite unfortunate for these Koan Knights. They only have 2 of these, and there are a lot more Red Ogres on the field. Some of the Doom Flayers took a lot of damage to under Chief Sontar, I guess, but there are others that are just running through those Dark Elf infantry like they're nothing, just chewing them up. Looks like Doom Slayer is back in the meta. I don't think they've ever been in meta for much time other than that one time they were kind of broken. But yeah, now they seem to have made a comeback on. I've seen them being used more in the Skaven battles I've seen lately. Gepardos versus B6 over here. Gepardos going with Taurox the Brass Bull, with once again frontline of Gore Hertz with a couple Ungor support, 3 Ungor Raiders and 4 Senegals, 1 Razor Gore Chariot and 1 Harpy unit, and plus 1 Lore of the Wild support. And for B6 going with the Skavens, once again the same trio there. Double Brute Horror leader, one of them the Pack Master, one of them Throat the Unclean, with a bunch of Gutter Runners and Night Runners, I assume. Yeah. Gutter Runners and Night Runners. Gutter Runners has poison, Night Runners without. Frontline of Skaven Slave Spears, Gutter Runners Slingers. They can't do 360 shooting, but have a lot more ammo than your regular Night Runners, and also more range. So yeah, there's that. Doom Flayers once again on the battlefield, and Red Ogres guarding the back line as well. The Skavens are marching forth, while the Gore Herds are holding the lower ground. This might be a bit of an issue if they get charged, but yeah. Let's see what the Brave Shaman have. Traderkin and Traderkin only. Very typical of the Beastmen. Yeah, the Skaven seems to be taking a more cautious approach, just holding position right now and letting the Gutter Runners and Night Runners do some kiting with their missiles for now. To be fair, the Skaven Slaves, as soon as they make melee contact, they will just get annihilated, so might as well just try to let them stay alive for a little longer while the Reds, all the skirmishers, do the damage, peppering down the Brave Shaman of Wild as well. Although the Senegors are coming in from the flanks, threatening to overwhelm, break them from the side. But yeah, B6 overall doing a pretty decent job just holding certain troops on the flanks to counteract potential threats, but Taurox the Brass Bull just ignores everything in the front line, charging straight for the Warlock Engineer, forcing the Skavens to respond with those Doom Flayers, and also Throat the Unclean coming in to help out. Although at this point though, Taurox the Brass Bull, despite how tanky he is, being surrounded by armor-piercing combatants and getting shot, this might be a bit tricky. Gutter Runners being swarmed and overwhelmed by Senegals and Harpies. They are decent-ish melee combatant, but being swarmed by so many numbers, that's not great for them either ways. Red Ogres will be moving over to support. Same goes for the Red Ogres on this side, helping out those Gutter Runners. But yeah, the Gutter Runners, Slingers, they are not going to be around for long, being hit hard by all those melee threats, and same goes for the Night Runner backline here, being pushed in by all those Gore Herds. Taurox the Brass Bull still duking it out with Throat the Unclean here. Though Throat the Unclean taking... Taurox the Brass Bull does have fire damage, so Throat the Unclean does not have a good time fighting up against him. Taurox is a great melee combatant. Throat the Troking doesn't have the best leadership. Throat the Unclean doesn't have the best leadership, and he's weak to fire due to that regeneration trait. So he's taking more damage. The only upside for him in this battle is there is the Red Ogre support, with Remoter giving them extra heals and helping them land more consistent hits on Taurox the Brass Bull. Oh, these Night Runners, Gutter Runners are on a mass exodus, trying to stay away from the enemy melee threats, but the Sentinels are swift and agile, being quite fast as a light cavalry, easily catching up to them, and yeah. Things are, yeah, they're still on the run though. But yeah, there's still a lot of Angkor Raiders on the field that can outshoot the Night Runners and Gutter Runners. And a Traderkin as well, that is not great. Draining away what's little left of health on Fort Unclean. While Torok has been resecured by a bunch of Angkor Spear support, and the Packmaster kind of stuck on that, stuck on that Tusco Chariot on that Grey Shaman of WoW. That was unfortunate. And now Torok has his eyes on the prize. The Packmaster is getting absolutely slapped and hacked apart by Torok the Brass Bull. Plus the fire damage from Torok's Brass Bull also comes in really handy against the Packmaster, who is also weak to fire damage due to the regeneration trait. Now the Night Runners are shooting around. Just bailing from the fight continues to kite. But unfortunately, from the rush build of the Beastmen, having much faster speed with all those mobility and also those light infantry as well, the Gutter Runners and Night Runners are struggling to stay ahead of their enemies and get into a safe position to slowly shoot. And oh no. Trainerkin onto Torox may be able to finish him, but there's nothing stopping Torox from finishing the Warlock Engineer. The Red Ogres are all at the back trying to deal with Senegals and Razorgore Chariots, and the Warlock Engineer in the forefront, just not having anything to bail him out of there. Fort Unclean at least is safe now, trying to chase down the enemy Senegals. But yeah, all these infantry are just pressing in, and there's less and less space for those Skavens to kite around. We'll see what happens here. Let's do some more fast forward here as the Brave Shaman of Wild chasing down the last bit of these Gutter Runners with poison in a chariot. Once more, a Traderkin directly damaging Fort Unclean, who has used the remoter on himself, desperately trying to stay alive instead of healing his Red Ogres here. And balance of power is in the favor of Beastmen. They do have a lot of troops in reserve. Look at all these Angkor Raiders ready to just crossfire everything. Shoot at everything and fill them up with arrows right now. So the Red Ogres, noticing this threat, will be moving in, trying to charge them down, but not before they eat a full volley of arrows to their face. Ugh. Even if they get into one unit of these Angkors, the others will still be around to just keep firing. And of course there are more gore herds coming in to help them out in the fight. And these Angkors are probably in guard mode and just firing in melee. But overall on this side here, Night Runners are chasing down some routed, tattered Beastmen troops. But the Beastmen, they still have quite a few threatening units like these Senegals in reserve. Torox is still alive, which helps the Beastmen quite a bit as well. But maybe Fort Unclean can go after Torox the Brass Bull with nothing really supporting him. Oh wait, oh hold on. The Red Ogres are trying to run away from the Senegals, but they don't have enough speed to do that. So they might as well just countercharge, but alas, they're trying to run away and take a last minute turnaround to countercharge. But it was too late, so they didn't get a full charge impact and are instead taking a lot of damage from the Senegal charge impact. And with the Senegals freed up, they can come over and support Torox. So yeah, Fort Unclean suddenly doesn't really want to go after Torox anymore. Just trying to group up with his remaining troops and try to beat down all these remaining Beastmen units. But once again, the Angkor Raiders, who have been held in reserve for the longest of time, comes in really annoying, getting a few volleys onto the lightly armored Throt on his Brute Horror and picked him off, forcing a balance of power to break for the Skavens, and that was army losses. Very nicely played from the Beastmen here. A very aggressive rush with the Goreherds there. And the Skavens not having any Poison Wind Globes. They don't have a good way to deal with the enemy infantry spam. So the front line simply broke in front of the Goreherds. And the mobility put a lot of pressure onto the Red Ogres. So the Red Ogres weren't quite able to reinforce the front line. Just, yeah. And definitely the Red Ogres and yeah, they were just too busy protecting all those Night Runners, Gutter Runners, and all that. Especially when a couple of Gutter Runner Slingers, who are quite expensive, by the way. especially with poison. They got caught, and they were not able to do much damage. Yeah, you can see not even close to earning back their worth. The rest of the gutter runners and night runners did okay, but only okay, not exactly the most insane damage. And the double pack master, they are very weak to Torok's the Brassbow, who has fire damage and is a much better melee combatant than these two. A lot of damage from the Trader Kin as well, plus some good charges from the Brave Shaman, running through a lot of the Skaven units who have a very light mass and very vulnerable to charge impact. And yeah, I think that is basically it here. That's basically it all for today. I hope you all enjoyed this little bit of a weekend tournament hosted by the RTK clan and casted by a lot of different streamers. Human Boy SS did the new player tournament one, and Tequila Sunset did the advanced player, or is it? I think it's the advanced player domination one. So yeah, every week there will be more tournaments from the RTK clan on the weekend, with tournaments for domination, for conquest mode, for new players and advanced players. So yeah, definitely, just if you want to get some multiplayer action going on the weekend, this is definitely a great choice for you. And yeah, thank you for a big shout out to RTK clan for inviting me to host this weekend 20. And I hope you all enjoy the 20, whether you have been playing in the 20 or just watching the multiplayer replays and the casting. And that's gonna be it for today. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one. Tactical Lich signing out.